Objection! Objection!
Hold it! Hold it!
Objection!
Hold it! Objection!
Objection!
Hold it! Hold it!
Objection!
Hold it! Objection!
Objection!
Hold it! Hold it!
Objection!
Hold it! Objection!
Object, check, object, object, check, check, object, check, object, check, object, check, object, check, object, object, check, check,
Objection!
check, check,
Objection!
check, objection.
Take that!
Take that. Objection.
Take that!
Take that. Object.
Take that!
Take that. Objection.
Take that!
Take object. Objection.
Objection! Hold it!
Objection.
Objection!
Take that. Objection.
Objection! Hold it!
Objection.
Objection!
Take that. Objection.
Hold it! Hold it!
Objection.
Hold it! Objection!
Objection.
Hold it! Hold it!
Objection.
Hold it!
Hold it.
Hold it! Take that!
Objection. Objection.
Hold it! Hold it!
Objection.
Hold it! Objection!
Objection.
Hold it! Hold it!
Objection.
Hold it! Objection!
Objection.
Hold it! Hold it!
Objection.
Hold it! Objection!
Object, check, object, object, check, check, object, check, object, check, object, check, object, check, object, object, check, check,
Objection!
check, check,
Objection!
check, objection.
Take that!
Take that. Objection.
Take that!
Object. Hold it. Take that. Objection.
Take that!
Object. Objection. Object. Objection. Object. Objection. Object. Objection. Objection.
Objection!
Objection.
Hold it!
Objection.
Objection!
Take that. Objection.
Objection!
Objection.
Hold it!
Objection.
Objection!
Take that. Objection.
Hold it! Hold it!
Objection.
Hold it! Objection!
Objection.
Hold it! Hold it!
Objection.
Hold it!
Hold it.
Hold it! Take that!
Hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing well on this fine Tuesday evening. Good to see all y'all. I didn't spend all night talking about Yu-Gi-Oh again. Hey, Nameless, Bermsai, Dirt Dog, Kojin, Liam, Devil Hunter Wolf, K-Rules. Literally, I just got started. Okay, fine. You do this every time? You actual monster. Thank you. Yeah, last time on Apollo Justice, we got through the second investigation day. Now we're heading into day 2 trial. Hopefully there's not a day 3 trial. They usually save that for the last day, I think. Well, last case rather. Yes, they saved the last day for the last day. Is the unlimited adventure? Oh, hey, Lindea. Good to see you. July 10th, 9:49 p.m. Oh my god, imagine a trial at 9:49 p.m. That would suck for everybody. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. I don't think we've ever had a single 3-day case since Ace Attorney 1. Wait, really? That's weird. I could have sworn there was another day 3 trial at some point. I stand corrected, I guess. Well, this is it. Today is the day all goes down. It's Lundea's birthday. We gotta remember to buy them a present. And then there was yesterday. This meeting is over, sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving. Darian! Okay, no, it's not. Oh, geez, my throat. Maybe I did actually need that drink of water. Hang on. I don't know why, but I thought his name was Darian for a moment. I was like, that doesn't sound right. Darian is both literally and metaphorically a dickhead. I can see that. I never liked you. Either of you. Huh? I don't know. I feel like Darian might be too much of a debate. Like, I have my suspicions on Darian, but I'm like, man, like, he's way, like, they make him way too suspicious to make him actually be the murderer, right? Thank you, Liam. Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. You wonder if that was intentional? And I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. What was that? Wait, what? Did someone actually fire off a... What? He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? Oh, hey, this asshole. Fallon Grammary! I exclaimed as he walked in through the door. Normally. You aren't a witness today, are you, Uncle Valent?
A preposterous proposition. How can I stand to stand upon the stand?
Yeah, Chaos, good to see you too. You came at a great time? Yeah, you're about to be serenaded by a magician.
Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day.
Oh, with vanishing magic?
Indeed, I will jump upon an express train to the stars and meet all kinds of fine ladies and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning.
Warning? What?
A grand grammary glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth.
A glamour?
A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion.
Ah, so the old word for glamour. Got it.
Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell!
Imagine if he actually popped out of existence instantly. Now that'll be a hell of a magic trick. And there he goes. He sure seemed happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things like people or elephants, or the Eiffel Tower, anything really. So how many people have decided to try to chop down the Eiffel Tower? Or elephants? Obviously, the culprit is a cast member of the Glamour Girls. Hey, favorite star. How does one cut an elephant? Well, you see, they are made out of leather, so you're probably going to need a saw. So you're talking about what we saw at the concert. Lemurio's disappearing act. And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder what he meant by it being at the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Can an elephant withstand a 10,000 degree knife? Let's go check!
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
The scheduled start time for the trial has been changed. Also, I'm cockney for some reason. Good evening to y'all, gents. Pip pip cheerio, the trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience, chum.
Huh? Did something happen? This is a first.
It was by the judge's request, some urgent personal business.
I don't think the knife can withstand 10,000 degrees. I mean, it'd just be a melting knife. It'll be fine. And elephants are notoriously vengeful. The elephant will remember that. Okay, imagine a Telltale game where it's just like like it's Animal. Oh, Animal Farm Telltale game. Oh my god, that would be so hecked up. Great. I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. No one say a goddamn word about me.
Apparently, he's visiting the hospital again.
The hospital?
I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently, his condition worsened considerably this morning.
Oh, that sucks to hear. The Chief Justice's son?
Oh! Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning, the judge said he had to go visit him after the trial.
There's an article about it in the newspaper. Today's Tuesday, isn't it?
Yeah, chew your fucking arms off, you dap cunt. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. Incuritis syndrome, first case in the country. Disease strikes closer to home than ever before. Incuritis. Yeah, I was making jokes about that last stream, Liam. Don't worry.
If you care to read about it yourself.
Article about the Chief Justice's son who is inflicted with incuritis. Incuritis? Where have I heard that before? Apollo, we literally just found out about this yesterday. What the hell do you mean you forgot? Literally, remedy for incuritis. Yes, it's incurable, therefore we have a remedy for it. I wonder who they're selling the cocoon to.
I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me.
How many kids do you think knows what a TV guide is anymore? Like, like this is supposed to take place in 2027, right? Do TV guides even exist anymore? Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. Okay, guys, if Apollo does actually read newspaper comics, what kind of stuff do you read? What stuff do you think he'd read? Don't say Garfield. Do you think Apollo would go watch the Garfield movie with Chris Pratt in it? July 10th, 10:30 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Dilbert. Okay, you know what? Marmaduke and Dilbert, good answers. Do they still make Peanuts comics?
My apologies for the delay. The court is now in session for the trial of,
how do you say this name again?
Machi Tobe, our suspect for Tissimo.
Right, it's his trial in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready to rock.
Is something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes. It's just, I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time.
Aww. Judge is being so sympathetic right now. Poor Judge and Chief of Justice.
He reads Family Circus just to groan at how small she is. I heard today that some kids start school not knowing how to read a book. They slide their fingers on the cover thinking it's a tablet. I'm very upset hearing that. I blame parents too, Liam. I'll say, hey, Chaos Olympus, good to see you too. Zits and peanuts. Ah.
Incuritis, was it? That article said there was no known cure. Hence the name. Judge, let me say, with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears.
Yeah, no time for Tears of the Kingdom. That's why I had to cut that series short.
Now is the time for law.
Indeed, we left off at quite a juncture yesterday.
I asked Interpol about the number. IPXX3142006. Blaze it! The agent registered under this number was Romain Letousse.
Thank you for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help.
Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Hold it! Wait, that voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it.
It was him?
That voice I heard, talking to Mr. Letousse when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him! It was Mr. Darien.
No way!
TV guides still exist? There is no way TV guides still exist. What's the point of having a printed TV guide? Like, modern day wise. Quite a sensational ending.
Novelty, I guess. I guess that's why newspapers are still around, even though most people get their news off the computer.
Who would have thought that Darien would get starred in the season cliffhanger as a suspect?
I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings.
Darien Cassant is a member of my band, the Gaviniers. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges.
Out of curiosity, chat, was Clavier always German in Japanese, or was he like, I don't know, American or something? And your reason is? He's USA? Okay, that makes sense.
Weren't you aware, Forehead?
I don't know, he had that anime American energy to me.
He has impeccable alibi.
An alibi?
Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets.
Every time the US comes up, it becomes Germany. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of the Ace Attorney characters' outfits kind of look German or European in some sense. The Gaviniers ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guest took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Le Miroir, and Machi, along with a drummer and bassist for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set,
Lemurard, the defendant, Machi Tobey, had left the stage at that point, and the Cavaliers were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Sky, mind you, and Air Forehead.
And Apollo, you heard them too, right?
I sure did.
Furthermore, Lemurard herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime. When she claimed to have heard Mr. Letouce and Detective Crescent talking.
You can definitely see why they did that with the Von Karmas, at least. Yeah, they have, like, real German energy to them. I don't know, that's just my feelings.
But that's impossible! Detective Crescent was...
Precisely, Detective Crescent was on stage, getting his groove on, no less. Voila!
Isn't voila supposed to be French?
A perfect alibi.
Does your defense have anything to add to this?
It's true, when I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up.
It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Aryan Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged.
Which means that Lemurard was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true.
Very well, of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections.
Uh-oh. Apollo, if he declares a verdict now.
But Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. Lemurard might have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? Yeah, CJ, good to see you too. Guys, thankfully, I have researched a little bit of Borgnian off stream, and I can tell you exactly what Machi is saying. He is saying, weed, it comes from trees, and you know who eats the trees? The antlers. And those with antlers are often those that are led there by those with keys. Keys that know how to fire shots from themselves. So clearly, the person who stole the cocoons was a keyblade wielder. About the case? What about the case? Okay, maybe I did not reach. Oh my god, there's a giant bug in my room. Hang on. I'll be right back. Well, that scared the utter crap out of me. Jeez, it was massive. Whew. Anyway, where was I? Machi looks like Dave Schreiber dressed up to go to church. I can see that. Xehanort told Terra that the cocoon was evil and needed collected for him. Terra, with his trademark 5 IQ, did so. Oh my god. I can actually see that. Was it a cicada? No, it was a giant fucking moth. And I had to get it soon before I started decreasing my attack points. He wants to tell us about the Mr. Latou's death? Oh, geez. Hang on a second. I knocked over a few things when I was trying to get the moth. One sec. There we go. Giant Camille goes squish. I'm sorry, I had to squish the French moth. This meeting's over. What form of great moth? A form of great moth. Darian! Perfectly ultimate. It's not quite perfectly ultimate, but it was getting there. Machi was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him, under oath. Very well, the court finds the defendant, what's his name again? First objection of the night. Could be worse, he had a big-ass cockroach fall out of nowhere from the ceiling onto your laptop. Okay, that's freaking terrifying, Lindea. In what game do moths decrease attack? Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! Your Honor!
No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or Mr. Justice.
Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. A few weeks ago, you walked in on a stink bug and spider fighting to death in your bathroom. That is terrifying, Nameless. Good lord. So who won? I squashed a bug the other day and I felt really bad about it. That's how I feel about spiders, honestly. Like, I know spiders can be helpful, but I don't want them in my house. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean. I do! The defense calls defendant Machi Tobey to the stand.
What? But he doesn't speak English.
Yeah, and we have interpreters, don't we? We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases, such as, I love you, and where's the toilet, and do you want to shag, baby? The defense would like to request Le Miroir as the interpreter.
Le Miroir? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant.
But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? Apollo? I think that's literally the reason why she would lie. You saw a spider in the shower once, they immediately drowned it? Ugh. Listen, if I'm gonna have to kill a bug, I at least try to make it a quick death. It was a really small spider and, and a stink bug that was like twice its size. So after letting them fight for 10 minutes and being unable to finish it, I threw them both outside. See? That's the respectable way of handling it. My apartment complex has a nasty roach infestation and landlady won't do anything about it, not to mention rats were also spot. Oh, that's freaking sucks, Midna. Good freaking luck. Guess who has a spider climb from a web from the ceiling and then hover right in front of your face while you're on laptop? Twice this happened. That's happened during streams for me, Chaos. I freaking hate it.
This is most unusual.
No kidding. This is a biased ass freaking interpreter. Bravo, forehead. Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. I mean, it's no more weird than us cross-examining a parrot. Yeah, spiders have dropped down in front of me from webs from the ceiling before during streams. I think a lot of people in chat can attest to that. Limit lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that.
Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal.
Finally, some progress.
Bailiff, please show the defendant and Le Miroir to the witness stand.
I would laugh so. Okay, listen. I know I know this is fine. I'm just saying it's really funny when the two are paired up like that because it looks like Machi is like Lemurar's like puppet or something. Kind of reminds me of what's his name? You know, the creepy pedophile from Justice for All. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with, if you would, Lemurar. Yes. He says, Machi Tobe, the defendant.
This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really need an interpretation of that message in particular.
Okay, what does it say when they have never had to hire an interpreter for someone who doesn't speak their language? So far, so good. Yeah, fuck that guy.
Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would.
If I would what, Your Honor?
What? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not?
For an all-out attack!
Airy! Hard mode sucks. Hey, DG Birdman as well. How you guys all doing from your guys' streams? I'm No Limit. I'm a variety streamer that plays with games that they never played before.
Quiver in fear!
I'm also quivering in fear. How's what were you guys up to tonight? Terraria. Oh. Terraria has hard mode? What was hard mode like? But yeah, I'm No Limit going through Apollo Justice at the moment. We're currently near the end of case 3. I want to say we're on like day 2 of case 3, yeah. Everything 2 shot. Oh. Yeah, I can see the issue there. But yeah, I hope you guys at least had fun. But if you guys have to take off or lurk or do whatever you gotta do, like get water, I almost said get milk, go to bed, do what you gotta do, it's all good. Appreciate you guys for the raids again. Sorry if I'm cutting it off a little bit. I do have a lot of dialogue to read through.
What would you have him testify about?
What do I want him to testify about? I haven't thought that far yet. What do you mean you haven't thought that far yet? Apollo? Aren't you going to ask him what he was going to tell us yesterday? How can I do that? How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment, if I might speak. Terraria's hard mode is the second half of the game. It's really hard at the start of it. There are halves to Terraria? I thought it was just like Minecraft, but 2D. Limit from a promotional sale going on currently. You could get the Ace Attorney trilogy if you wanted to from Steam. Yo, go for it, Devin. I love Ace Attorney.
Yes, Lemurar.
Just now, Machi said there was something about which he wishes to testify. Machi wants to testify about something. What could it be?
What sort of testimony is he talking about?
One moment, please. The suspense is killing me. Yeah, the forehead is in proper HD. It's kind of shiny. What? 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 No, people describe it that way, but honestly, that comparison is only useful as far as both games are sandbox. That's it. The games are very different. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's a sandbox game, so I assume that there's no actual progression to it. So saying, like, second half of the game is like, what's a second half to an open game?
Well, Lemurar.
According to Machi, he has proof of his innocence.
What?
Is this a surprise? Yahoo! Google! Jeeves! Ask! Victory, Apollo! We did it! This is sounding too good to be believed. And I know what that usually means.
Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. Lemurar, I mean, Machi. Please testify to the court.
Very well. Give a random Sakurai fact about a game, aka Apollo Justice. Well, as you all know, Sakurai, developer of every single video game of all time, was working on Apollo Justice. And he remembered there was this one intern that was working at Capcom at the time while he was working there. He was really bumbling a lot of the time. He was very loud and he had no real indoor voice. So whenever he brought them coffee, it's like, "Is this fine, sir?" And for some reason, he never allowed himself to have any bangs. He always let himself to cut wide open and like allow a massive shiny forehead. And every single time he saw it, it blinded Sakurai so much that he had to put on glasses like Machi over here. And he's like, "Okay, I guess I'm gonna make a character based on you." And then when he submitted the character to Capcom, it's like, "Oh, hey, this is a great main character design." And then that is how an intern at Capcom became the main character of a Capcom game. Proof of innocence. He says that word of Mr. Latus's death came as a great shock, but if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, I, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them.
I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely.
I wonder what he meant by proof. Well, clearly he was actually doing a KH2 proof hunt. Why, he would only have to ask Lemirar to know the meaning of that song. Lemirar, did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him? I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. My oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead. Lemirar might be protecting the witness.
Well, anyway, let's proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would.
Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday. It'll work today. He says that the word of Mr. Latus's death came as a great shock. Were Machi and Mr. Latus close? Yes, after we traveled around the world on tour together. Lemirar, this is Machi's cross-examination, not yours. But I knew the answer. This is a court of law. We'll play by the book. I understand. When Prosecutor Gavin's tough, he's really tough. Machi says he was very good friends with Mr. Latus. Mr. Latus was always a gentle man, never angry. We got along quite well. I never dreamed something like this would happen. If the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song... The guitar serenade, correct? Yes, the crime followed the lyrics of the song. The theft of the keyring, the burning guitar, and the bullet. This is why it would not have been me. I, that is he, could not have done it. You actually have this game, Trials, Tribulations, and Investigations 1's physically? Nice! I actually have Investigations 1 physically myself. I don't know when I'd get around to it, but you know, I'll do it eventually. By could not have done it, you mean? It is very simple. Machi could not have done all the things that had happened that day, for all those things followed the song lyrics closely. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics? Apollo. He's a pianist. He's not a singer. Who cares? He did know what the song was about, its mood, shall we say. This was enough to play by. I don't know. I'm not a musician, so chat can tell me about this on whether or not you guys know music. Does your guys' ability to play music depend on knowing the context of the lyrics? I feel like you just go by, oh, hey, let me look at the music sheet. Got it. Go. I told him it was a song about a guitar in love. Oh, so one of Clavier's lovers. Got it. It's not actually the guitar that's in love, strictly speaking. Oh, perhaps I misunderstood. Ah, no, not really. Yours is also a valid interpretation. You know what, Clavier? You're a cool dude. I should honestly be more open to other people's interpretations, too. I love to hear people's interpretations of stuff in chat. Although I'm probably going to be mean about it and be like, that makes no sense if I don't agree with it. I'm kind of an asshole like that. I'm no musician, but you feel context does help with making it. During high school, didn't care after college, what the fuck was I listening to? Context does help with stylizing it and giving it heart. Fair. Do not use luminol on the guitar neck or sound hole. Depends, unless you study music theory and or songwriting. Also valid. No, it is my fault. I am too used to singing in Borginian. It is much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics. So is Borgnia also made up in Japanese? Or is she actually from a specific country in Japanese? That was weird. Did I cut out for a moment there, guys? It's also made up in Japan, okay. Sorry, my chat. Okay, that's good. I got worried for a moment because my chat disconnected for some reason. Yay, I knew he was innocent. I believe he is too, Trucy. I do. What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something? Do you need belly rubs? Do you need belly rubs from Trucy? You want to be a good boy, Apollo? God, can you imagine Trucy using Apollo as a dog? Something's hidden in that testimony. If that's the truth, I'll find it. Limit, she is 15. I'm just saying 15-year-old girls also like dogs! What am I looking at here? Actually, no, this is not what I want to look at. Hang on, I think I know what it is. Okay, so I've had a theory about this for a while now because I was noticing that... Yeah, the part where it says he says that because the English lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. I have a theory. I think this guy actually knows English because there was a few times that he was reacting to us speaking in English in the previous days. So I'm starting to wonder about that. I see that eye twitch. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Gotcha!
Wait, he's looking at shit? Yeah, he's too busy looking at Lamirar's titty. Perfect eye level, even. I think Limit's using Apollo as a lapdog for her magic tricks. Yeah, let's go with that. For the same reason that a VA reading a script might want to know the context of what they're reading, because the line delivered is just as important as the words themselves. No, I get that. I just feel like with music, it's more about like checking out music sheets and stuff like that. Again, I'm not a musician. I'm just giving my personal outside look at it. Borgnia is made up based on Northern Europe that's near Middle East. Makes sense. Did he so nice Machi regained his vision to stare? Machi, you can't fool my eyes. You glanced toward her the very moment Lemirar said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Yeah, I kind of figured this was actually going to be the case. Machi, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course he can't. Scissors cutting down trees. Monkey D. Luffy is chasing down a moose, but why would he do such a thing? For he's seeking out the One Piece, which is actually a Keyblade, but unfortunately the Keyblade is stolen by Goku doing Kamehameha. But don't worry, Monkey D. Luffy has a Serini from Pokemon that he caught while traveling to Alola, but unfortunately, both of them got attacked by a Mono Eye from Kid Icarus Uprising, but then everyone got massively high from the battle because they were standing in a weed field that suddenly caught fire, and suddenly everyone was hunched over from being super high. Like high up in a tree even, and so they had to use the power of Goku's Keyblade in order to find the light that came from Rabbit, and yeah. Is that a fucking Metroid? You know what? We can change the Mono Eye to a Metroid. Sure, let's go with that. But unfortunately, the deer that was there earlier also got high and stole the Keyblade and fled from the tree and was like, I must bring it to my insect overlord, who was wielding one of the scissor blades from Kill la Kill. But the deer was unfortunately hunted down by a pair of rabbits that were trying to escape a lawyer from Warner Brothers because they keep trying to shut down Looney Tunes projects. But it's all right because like everyone got together to get high yet again off of weed from the weed tree. And through the power of Goku and Monkey D. Luffy, they were able to overcome everything. Must he continue this charade? Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language. That is all. What? Give me a break! You think someone had to draw these, or do you think they're just brought a font or something? I'm sure they just made up their own fonts, Kojin. You know, like wingdings. Is this such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? I'm sorry, I don't speak Italian. Well, yeah, but... I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this! How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Yes, chat, I know it was Spanish. Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? I'm a lawyer. Fun fact about the Wingding-like language. Ace Attorney Investigations 2 has an anti-piracy measure where the entire game is changed to that font. Okay, that's really funny. It is simple, so simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. You read about it in the newspaper. You read about it in the newspaper. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. The Borgnian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. I hear the editor is very enthusiastic about a man that controls spiders or something. I don't know. They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland. God, can you imagine if Spider-Man had the ability to control spiders? That would be so terrifying. Just imagine a giant army of spiders marching your direction. I would have a heart attack. I was right. What's wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they are
quite fierce all of a sudden.
Machi is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. I have here a Borgian newspaper. The Borgian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Counterpoint, spiders. Wait, actually, no, actually that's a thing from the comics. I forgot about that. Did you know there's actually an alternate universe Spider-Man that is literally a giant army of spiders that go into the suit of a Spider-Man and form the body of Spider-Man? That is actually a real comics thing. It's kind of amazing. Ant-Man can communicate with ants and command them? That is true, Midna. That is an Ant-Man thing. That is also still terrifying. I'm sending a thing over Discord that you want me to see. Yeah, sure. Where are you dropping it at? General? Okay. Oh, I forgot about this comic page. Oh, thank you. If you guys aren't in my Discord server already, go hit up my Discord server. Nameless dropping the most appropriate of pages from the Spider-Man comics. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi? Actually, you know what? I can probably just drop it in the chat right now. Hang on. There you go. That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. What? What is this all about? I'm sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Borgian newspaper. Spider-Man was the only good thing about the Ultimate Marvel Universe. Considering how many people were cannibals in the Ultimate Marvel Universe, I don't disagree. What does this mean? But I don't see how it's possible. I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So, the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain himself. Respect pronouns. Machi says he says. Yes? It is true, I read the newspaper. But this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember? He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? Is this true, Lemuel? Yes, I'm afraid I have forgotten it myself. Then it looks like your forehead's been jumping to conclusions again. It seems so, yes. No. No! I was onto something, I know it. I can't let this chance slip away. Time is an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination? What are you gonna do, Apollo? If I'm gonna keep on cross-examining, I better have an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well, witness. I understand. Is I who explained the crime following explained that the crime followed the song. Exactly how much did you explain to Machi? This is a question for me, yes? This interpretation thing is getting old fast.
I told him that Mr. Lettuce had been killed and why he was a suspect. And I told him the crimes of that day followed my song. Did you mention any particular words of the song relating to the case? Such as heart? Yes, of course I explained this. He was quite surprised. Yay, I knew he was innocent. I believe he is too, Trucy. I do. What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something? Read this already. Skip. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's not... Machi we have to look out for. I'm pretty sure this is something that we gotta look for Le Miroir in this instance. Here, let me examine the titty really quick just to make sure. Nope, it's not there. Man, there's actually no hints on this one. Yeah, I think it's her throat thing again. I'm glad the tails at least stay consistent. Le Miroir, I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. Out of curiosity, chat, does lying tells change between the same witness? Because as far as I know, it's always been the same. It is I who explained. I see, there's little point in trying to hide anything from you. Le Miroir, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. Le Miroir, you're protecting Emma Scott. No. Uncertain? Alright. Le Miroir, you're protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. Not sure, but if they catch on to your own habits, then you'll say you don't know. Yeah, I assume that they would change up their habits if it's pointed out to them. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you. But you've lied to us twice now, and now you have Le Miroir lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. Can be possible if you try to hide it, it can be hard to detect. True. Like, if my tail was just my mouth, I would just put my hand over my mouth, for example.
Witness, is this true? Do you understand English?
Okay, actual question for chat. What kind of voice should I do for Machi? I don't know, like, I don't want to do a Middle Eastern voice because I feel like that will come off too racist. Then again, me doing random European accents is kind of racist as it is, isn't it? What do you think wingdings sound like? Yes, only a little only. I'm an idiot.
What?
First he can see, and now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Le Miroir? No, I did not. It is quite a surprise.
How many secrets is this witness hiding?
Last is last. No, I can't think of anything goofy. It's not like you were basing them off of offensive stereotypes. Not really, I'm just trying to do an accent, really. Like, if anything, when I'm doing my German accent, like,
I'm actually trying to copy Lanny's the major accent from Hellsing Ultimate Abridged, if you guys ever watched that. Machi, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting! I did no shooting! So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct? Apparently the answer to that question isn't simple either.
Hey kids, want to see a dead body?
Ah! It could be worse. You could voice everyone in Spirit Justice. Yeah, let's not do that, Nameless. Yeah, when I get a Spirit Justice, no. If you mock other people or using stereotypes, basically, it'd be like if I was like if it was like if I was doing Clavier and I was just like, oh, hey, I'm a Nazi or some shit like that, which, you know, bad. I was in dressing room behind desk manager. He on floor. Oh, so I'm only doing this as a silly voice because wingdings. Which would be after the shooting, right? Then there is voice.
Voice? Or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo?
So when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Latouche had already been shot. And then we came to the door. Battle high up, I take off. Run away, run away. That is my Pokemon ability, run away. It's only devolving into Shaggy. I hate that you're right. So it was you who escaped through that air vent. As the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession?
Objection!
No, he's clearly denied that he did it. Like, I know shooting. Manager on floor, already on floor.
Objection!
Double objection, by the way. The victim had already been... wrong voice. The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. Oh, I think my mod stepped away. Hang on. I can't spell objection, apparently. There we go. Was Scooby speaking Borginian the entire time? Right. Ruby Racks Raggy? The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. You're being cautious because you don't want to ruin Lemon? No worries, Chaos. I feel like it's very clear that when I try to do accents, I'm not trying to be racially insensitive about this type of stuff, or like, you know, it's mostly just like, you know, you're trying to capture the essence of the character of being what nationality they are. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. I'll be real, I feel like this game is worse about stereotypes than I'm actually am at being stereotypes. Like, hell, they throw in way more German stereotypes into Clavier than I'm actually trying to do myself. Hell, I'm pretty sure they do that for other characters in previous games. And I don't even need to get into stuff like Street Fighter with their stereotypes or Punch-Out with theirs. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He's clammed up, Apollo. You know what's funny about the Punch-Out stereotypes, though? I love how the Canadian company of Next Level Games were all like, okay, let's go all in for the Canadian jokes for Bear Hugger. See, that's hilarious. In all honesty, I believe they would have some sort of Eastern European accent. Yeah, but I'm not even going to try for that because one, I don't know what I would even do. And two, I just feel uncomfortable doing it. So I'm just gonna go with Weird Shaggy. He's clammed up to Apollo.
Then let us ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness?
Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? You need the most stereotypical Texan in the next Punch-Out game. You need your dude to emerge from a swamp? I don't think Texas is known for swamps. I think they're known more for, like, desert landscape, aren't they? Like, you know, like an old western town. Like, just from my knowledge of Texas, anyway. Punch-Out stereotypes everyone, and for that, it is not racist. I mean, it's stereotype, like, as a Japanese-made game, they stereotype themselves. So, yeah. Yeah, Louisiana is no more for swamps. I agree with DK. Or Florida. Florida, too. Maybe he rides in on a horse. Yo, he rides in on a horse, and he just, like, is, like, using a Yo! He uses a lasso! Yes! I want him to use a lasso on you and you have to dodge it! And then you have to punch him after he misses his lasso! That would be so sick for a Punch-Out boss! I would love that! Do you think Punch-Out would try a trans boxer? I'm gonna say no, because I feel like that kind of crosses even to even worse territory. Isn't that Aaron Ryan already? I mean, yeah, but it's more like you're swinging a boxing glove. You're not using a lasso like a cowboy. There's a difference. Yeah, stereotypical Texan will pull a gun on you, and you know for a fact that Punch-Out game will instantly get a T or M rating. Wait, no, of course there is. What is this cocoon anyway? Like, Zoink Scoob! The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure? Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? Like Zoink Scoob! Like Zoink Scoob? He won't tell me. Either way, it's a rule of infraction, basically. That cocoon has to have something to do with this. Machi, please, tell us about the truth for your own sake. No more. Speak not to any of you. So much for your precious trust there, forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. Punch-Out is a weird game, but it's fun to beat up people. Let me ask this. I remember there was a conversation about this a few years back. I remember it was like from Game Grumps or something about how they didn't like the stereotypes in Street Fighter, but they liked the stereotypes in Punch-Out because something about the stereotypes in Punch-Out were more charming compared to the stereotypes in Street Fighter, and I don't know what to think about that. I'm just saying stereotyping in general is pretty bad, but eh.
It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue.
I will say this, my buddy Storm, who actually lives in Germany, he loves Punch-Out, and he loves Aaron Ryan, so... Wait, no, not Aaron Ryan, Well, he does love Aaron Ryan, but, like, I was thinking of Von Kaiser. But still, he likes Von Kaiser. I wouldn't think about it too much. I feel like at this point, most people are pretty cool with, like, not seeing it. Like, I don't know, it's just really weird to think about, honestly. Like, I wouldn't say it's weird. I feel like it's just things to think about. at the end of the day, like, both of them are popular games that people like, but people don't think about it in the terms of racist ideas. Because, like, I feel like a lot of kids who did grow up playing Punch-Out didn't grow up to be raging racists, hopefully. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. Street Fighter stereotypes I don't think have issues with, last you recall. I kinda have some issues with some characters, I'll say. Your also most wise Street Fighter character comeback is El Fuerte. Oh my god, Maniacal. I know you're right, but it's funny. I think Punch-Out's use of stereotypes is fine, mostly since everyone in it is sort of a playful stereotype. The Irishman is a fucking violent psycho and everyone loves... No, exactly! I don't think I know anyone who's actually offended by Aaron Ryan. Oh, Paul Eustace bag! There's a lot of weird things that happen in the middle of nowhere. It's up to Apollo to save his new home. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Believe I know shooting. Machi claims Mr. Latouche was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it. Suddenly, I hear a revolver close, very close. And I hear a voice. You heard gunshots. Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound. Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room? And you found Mr. Latouche already dead, and then you heard shots? What? They put the Saw films on Disney. That's hilarious. See, this is where I'm at with Street Fighter. You don't know if any times you heard of people not being okay with a Street Fighter stereotype. I'll be real. I kind of feel like the worst example of a stereotype in Street Fighter might be Dalsum. Dalsum is a very iffy for me. If that's true. So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots? And you escaped through the air vent. Do people actually love Dalsum? I don't think I know a single person who says, oh, Dalsum's my favorite Street Fighter character. I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if I opening vent, if I can leave stage and backstage. If people didn't like Dalsum, he wouldn't keep coming back. People don't like... what's his name again? I always forget about his name. The green guy. I always forget his name. Dalsum is weird because Yoga, his greatest powers is... Blanca? Yeah, like, people don't like Blanca, but Blanca keeps coming back. Just because people don't like a character doesn't mean just because they keep bringing a character back doesn't mean people like the character. I mean, look at Foxy from One Piece. Nobody likes Foxy, but they keep bringing him back. So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. That's what I'm saying. People, like, characters will come back regardless of, like, people's feelings. Is that what he means? Hey, he's right. Look, Apollo. Huh. Yeah. But how do you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the I almost said the Hall of Justice. The Hall or something. Also, if we're going to use Ace Attorney in reference to that, nobody likes Wendy Oldbag, but they keep bringing back Wendy Oldbag.
I hear this. I hear this from Magician. Magician?
Don't look at me.
A magician, huh?
Well, at least we're clear on one thing.
Actually, I'm kind of curious. How old is Valent?
Oh, he's 44.
Okay. Wow, he's 11 years Phoenix's senior.
Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latus.
Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's going to go over well in court. Not.
Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies.
Burbseye? Can we get a confirmation on that? I think that's a no, right? Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's what Daddy always told me.
Trucy. Phoenix. Guys. Guys! That is the most out-of-character Phoenix thing I have ever heard. I mean, sure, believe in your client, but not like that. A lawyer can't knowingly lie to the court even if it's the defense version of events. Yeah. I'll just pretend you misheard him. Every time. As a character, you like that Wendy Olbag exists, but you would not want to be in a room with Wendy Olbag? Yeah, pretty much. I almost said Larry, but the more I thought about it, it's like, no, I might hate Larry, but I wouldn't want him gone. So, what do we do?
You're sure you won't testify, Machi?
I know talking, no.
Well, it was worth a shot.
That cocoon.
I can't go home. Can't go home?
Wingdings, 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 wingdings.
I can't go home to Borginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Borginia is death.
That's right, it's punishable by death. Ace Attorney 7, Larry gets murdered. I would actually be upset if Larry died. Like, for one thing, Phoenix would actually be so distraught about it. Of course he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach.
That's the spirit, Apollo. You might even say you're the spirit of justice. So, what's your plan?
If Machi won't— Mother trucker! Is Spirit of Justice actually a pun on Apollo Justice's name? I just realized that! God frickin'! I thought they just meant normal justice! God frickin'! But... How did I not realize this?
If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else?
I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. You didn't know that? I thought they just meant normal justice. I didn't think they meant literal Apollo justice. I have played Spirit of Justice. I know what Spirit of Justice is about. I just didn't realize they meant literally Spirit of Apollo Justice. There's a reason why they call it this Apollo Justice Collection, even though Ace Attorney 5 doesn't have really that much to do with Apollo, but still. July 10th, 11:28 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Well, to be fair, Spirit of Justice comes out way after this game came out, so I think that would be a stretch. Yeah, exactly.
Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk.
Very well, so will he testify?
Your Honor, the defendant will not testify.
What?
Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around.
Actually, it is.
The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor.
A different angel?
No angle. The Machi, if Machi won't testify, I almost called him the Machi. Then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Le Miroir.
Le Miroir?
Objection!
As an objection. What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Le Miroir's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can. Le Miroir was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries.
What happened?
She was assaulted, Your Honor. I know you're using that term correctly, but that sounds really bad out of context.
Assaulted?
Someone wanted Le Miroir dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin, why would anyone be out to kill Le Miroir? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet, someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been?
You don't think?
I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Lettuce. The killer was afraid of her. Afraid of what she might say. And how did Le Miroir save herself? She pulled out Chusie's panties and retrieved it an oversized sledgehammer from them for self-defense. I think that she literally said she ran away and hid inside the not guitar case, but like the, what was it? The cello case or whatever it was? The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. But your version is more thematically fitting? Ah, yes, I too love it when panties are featured into my thematic storytelling. So, am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Le Miroir's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover. Exactly.
If Le Miroir was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well, there were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Le Miroir's testimony once more.
Le Miroir, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You know, for a woman who got bashed in the skull on the forehead, she's surprisingly cosignant words. You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent, and I will do all I can until the court realizes this. Cognizant. Thank you, chat. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots in the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, yes? That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof.
You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice?
I don't know exactly what yet, but I know there's something there. That there is, it seems, much you do not know.
And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court.
Can I just say something about Ace Attorney that's really funny to me? I know Diana, Ace fangirl, became a lawyer due to Ace Attorney, amongst other reasons. Man, I feel bad for people like her who's like, oh hey, I know a lot about law, I played Ace Attorney. What do you mean the law isn't actually like Ace Attorney? I don't think she actually thought that, but still. Of course, Your Honor. What I heard
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. How do you know what the smell of gunpowder smells like? Lawyer who only played Ace Attorney versus lawyer that only watched Legally Blonde.
Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony.
I am sorry. I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth. That it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lemire was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trucy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Let it be known, everybody. People think you're cool when you're being a dumbass. Because she is blind, she focuses on smell than sight. Oh no, I get that, Chaos Olympus. It's more so about the fact, how does she know what gunpowder smells like?
Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine a witness.
The judge is feeling green-eyed. He wants to be cool too. On my way back from the stage to the backstage exit. Is something wrong? I know I said hold it, but she's saying the same thing she said before.
Mr. Justice?
Sorry, it's nothing. Please continue with your testimony.
Now that I know what they mean about the reckless youth these days.
The one in red over there is a shining example there, Judge. What are you talking about? You're like maybe 1 year older than me. Yeah, I'm like 23 to you're 24. You're the last person who should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar. That is when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. Darian Crescent. I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There is no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed? Is that why? Of course. Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. She's right, maybe there's a different angle I can try. What were they talking about? Lemire, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I have given it much reflection, but... I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it, the clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say? I don't understand. What is this word that you call skibbity toilet? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. The shooter then, Miss Darian Crescent. Her knowledge of smell of gunpowder can be part of spoiler?
Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch, now. Okay. Well, that was fun. Anybody want to play Mario Party?
Switch? And the Nintendo kind? The shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche?
I thought it was quite strange myself afterward. Perhaps they were playing Mario Kart.
It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this?
I mean, sure. It's a very vital that we add it to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo. Your Mario Party isn't in the Switch. How do you expect to play like that? Clearly I meant Mario Party on N64. Yeah, that's totally what I meant. From the small window, I heard a voice say, "Press the switch now." And it was Detective Darian Crescent's voice? Yes, I'm sure of it. It's over. Press the switch.
Why'd he would say that to Mr. Latouche?
Apollo, the murder weapon, the revolver, was Mr. Latouche's, right?
Yeah, what of it?
Well, maybe when he said press the switch, he really meant to say pull the trigger. Because his English isn't so good.
Darian Crescent is a native speaker.
Oh. Oh, right. Sorry. I kind of forgot who was what.
Press the switch? That's not something a killer usually says to their victim, is it?
Was there no one else in the room?
I do not know. All I heard was Mr. Latouche and the detective.
In that case, Living, can I piggyback off your family plan? Ask Burbseye. I'm piggyback off of Burbseye's.
I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot.
It'd be funny that Turn On to Switch shall be Nintendo Switch exclusive. For real.
I mean, to be fair, Ace Attorney has always released on Nintendo consoles.
Actually, that's kind of why I really want Phoenix Wright to be in Smash Brothers. He's functionally a Nintendo character in my head. There were 2 gunshots.
Yes, I heard 2, one after the other.
That fits with the bullet holes at the scene. Nothing really new here to pick up. Big wins for Smash. Yeah, you know what? Fine. Winston paid for Smash Brothers.
There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but...
Why didn't you tell someone immediately?
Well,
If it were me, I would have gone to the police right away. It is our duty as citizens.
This may be beside the point, but Lemura isn't a citizen. Though one would hope such common sense prevails in Borghini as well. Lemura seems awfully quiet all of a sudden.
That's strange. Could she be hiding something?
Yes, as you say, yet at the time.
No, you're talking about the mob boss in the last... Oh yeah, big wins. You know what? Touche. Fair enough, Kojin. Fair enough. And Gaspin Bay, that's an echo. That'd be so funny. It'd be like the ARMS trailer where like Springman thinks, "Oh boy, I'm getting in a smash," and then Winston Payne shouts, "Objection!" And then like Phoenix gets blasted away, and Winston Payne picks up the letters like, "Winston Payne brings the pain."
I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window.
You were in a hurry? To go where?
I was on my way to the backstage exit, so I have said.
Why were you in such a hurry then?
Well, I don't think that has anything to do with this case.
It very well might. Please answer the question. That's an objection. Are you all right?
Are you all right, Lemura? Yes, I'm just tired. Recall what I told you yesterday, Forehead. Lemura suffers from serious amnesia. Please refrain from traumatizing her further.
What, so he can just dismiss questions he thinks are too traumatizing? Oh wow, we're in the 3 digits lane, okay.
Why don't you prove her reason had a connection to the case before asking about it, y'all?
The prosecution's objection is sustained. The current question is moot. Mr. Justice, please continue with your cross-examination.
Lemirar was attacked because of this testimony. I know she was, so something's gotta be hidden here. Maybe there's some detail we're missing. I guess we'll just have to get her to fill in the blanks. Right. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I know what I need to present here.
Objection!
Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Finally, Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem is on Switch. Oh? Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here. Or a Joy-Con in this instance.
That certainly does look like a Joy-Con switch, doesn't it?
The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage.
The stage?
Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage.
Are you claiming that the voice Lemirar heard was of someone commanding another to press this Joy-Con?
It's a possibility.
Objection!
Oh, yeah, forehead. I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lemirar's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gaviniers were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. That detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have Air Forehead's cry of possibility fall short of being heard. No, the possibilities are never ending. I see it. I see it now. It's all within my reach. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? Shout it out loud. Can we get a shout for Apollo Justice now? Oh. It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh, wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message of someone on the stage from the dressing room.
Take that!
Your Honor, this is a slide advancer from my PowerPoint exhibit presentation. Never underestimate the power of a Bluetooth of a Joy-Con. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this. What? Why, that's...
What? What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? Is it one of those head implants? Oh, I refuse to get one of those head implants. I'm pretty sure it does brain damage to people. I've seen what it's done to those rich folk.
This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. No, it's a gamer earpiece? You wonder how the judge will react to an iPhone?
So all I have to do is tap this, swipe right.
You know, I like to imagine what if the judge was swipe left, thinking that swiping left is actually swiping right because he's trying to go to the right.
Communications device.
From what I heard, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Time for a drink? Thanks for a reminder, DJ. Drink and stretch. Thank you for a reminder as well, K-Roll.
My back. I've been sitting too long. I need to stretch more.
Yes, actually, they're for talking between band members. We all had one on.
So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple.
True, but wait. Those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited.
Lemurar said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That's can't be! Also, that freaking guitar.
So, when Lemurar heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage.
They're claiming this Nintendo Switch in question. Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hidden it on stage after the fact.
Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch. Well, I guess we don't.
An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's no little point in debating it.
What do you mean there's no point in debating it? We just revealed some valuable information. We found out that Lemurar clearly heard something about a switch. That means she had to have been around to be able to hear it if the window was soundproof. What do you mean there's little point in debating it? I hate Ace Attorney sometimes. Ugh. I was sure this was the way to go with this. What do you mean this was the way to go? What do you mean we're just going to completely sidestep the issue? What is this switch anyway? We don't even know that basic fact. Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. It's the most popular selling system right now. Actually, chat, I might be wrong about that. Is the Switch actually better selling than the PS5 at the moment? I think it is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that that completely changes this case. Oh, no, I mean of the modern systems. I'm not talking about, like, overall. I know PS2 is still king. The witness just confessed to stabbing the victim, but unless we can prove where the stabbing occurred, there's no point in debating the defendant's innocence. I hate that's exactly the logic in Ace Attorney sometimes, Kojin. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? PS5 is 59.3 million, Switch is 141.32 million. All right. We know about this Switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning this Switch...
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Justice?
I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this Switch is.
Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking the Switch to the case.
Man, if I linked my Switch to my case, I'm pretty sure it would set it on fire.
Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what this Switch is?
Prosecutor Gavin. Oh man, the good music is picking up again. Oh, this is probably one of my favorite songs, honestly. It's so good. Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this. That's...
That what? Is there another one of those newfangled phones?
Okay, now I like to imagine the judge holding up the igniter up to his head. It's like, hello?
Trudy, can you hear me?
This is an igniter. What phone looks like this?
Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter?
Yes, actually.
You aren't saying this switch is a remote?
I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter.
What?
Look, I'll show you.
Yo, 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 yo! Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom?
Oh, please. That's Dual Destinies. And then you hit the switch and ignite his beard? That would be the way. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I expected.
If my whiskers had caught on fire...
Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Ha! Joke's on you! My switch automatically catches fire with or without a trigger. God, I really wish my switch was better heated, better cooled. Doesn't that suggest something to you?
You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you?
Ah! Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance.
Was it not part of the stage show, though?
Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right, he got it in Borginia from Oh! Guys, I think I figured out what the motive is for the real killer. But I don't know who the real killer is the issue. They were trying to kill Le Miroir. They weren't trying to kill Gavin. Okay. He said the sound was amazing before it burned, of course. Now it's just kind of smokes.
The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Air forehead.
Thank you emojis in chat, y'all.
Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Le Miroir, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire.
I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire. Man, imagine pressing my switch and making my Joy-Cons catch fire. That'd be fun.
Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it.
Really? It seems pretty simple to me.
Air forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible.
And Nintendo still probably wouldn't get sued for it. I mean, to be fair, they did get sued. It's just the court kind of threw out the case after a while.
I guess I was wrong.
What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin?
His simple story simply makes no sense. Think! That night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set!
Ah, that's right, of course! The guitar caught fire during Le Miroir's song.
Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated.
Yes, that must have been what was bugging me.
The whole premise for this is faulty.
See? His story makes no sense.
Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice?
That's another objection. Ah, thank you, chat. Thank you, mods. Can always count on you guys.
What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice?
Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe It's our premise for the entire case so far.
What premise is this specifically?
I'm glad you asked. Yo! What is this? Oh! What is this jam? Oh! Oh, the Pursuit song is so good for this! Actual jam! I'm saying maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. Oh! You should have heard this before. I know, but it's been a while. I haven't heard it in a while. What's this? But Detective Emma Sky heard shots found the body. All of this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to this testimony, Machi was in the dressing room at the time.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice?
Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony, namely, that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote trigger igniter was inside the guitar. From all of these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What? So pretty much every Pursuit thing is a banger, to be fair. True, Seesaw.
Order, order, order! But that goes against the evidence!
What does, Your Honor?
This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes?
Hey, he's right, look! The bullet is supposed to come after the fire! You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it.
Well, I'm sure whoever it had some reason.
Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose?
Reverse, Prosecutor Gavin.
If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes, the shooting would have to come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet Air Forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way.
Order, order, order! That would explain the most unusual situation.
It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good. I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Air Forehead. One I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Le Miroir have heard a voice through it? Oh.
I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're still basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise.
Right. Lemura's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice.
What if she could hear it, Apollo?
Look, what do we have? A man saying, press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be coincidence, but how do I make it work? I'm sorry, but reading flaming guitar with Prosecutor Gavin? I'm just saying.
I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lemura heard the voice?
A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court?
Okay, Justice, you got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lemura heard a voice, and she heard it during the second set. Think, how was Lemura able to hear the voice? She has divine hearing! Surprise! Lemura is secretly a goddess in disguise. She was somewhere else. While we were investigating the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it had it been open either. Meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window.
Ah, it's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be Borgian too.
As I was saying, Lemura could not hear the voice through that window. So there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely.
What's this?
You amuse me so. And here I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages.
Yeah, she's the goddess of song. True.
Shall I interpret for you, Air Forehead? Lemura clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. And there's only one small window at the scene.
Are you sure about that? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene?
There is?
I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well. You claim Lemura heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was.
Yeah, I'm confident. Don't worry. Lemura heard the voice from here. Yeah, this seems like the only explanation, I think.
Does this look like a small window to you, Mr. Justice?
The state of modern society can be read from numerous objects and artifacts. In a sense, anything can be a window on our society. I'm a dumbass.
I didn't ask you to point out a window in our society. I want a window on the crime scene!
No points for trying?
Well, I hate to interrupt the cool music, but yeah. My only guess? Okay, it's either from here or the TV. I don't think it's the TV. Wait a second. Or I can click the vents. Oh, what? It's not the vent? Wait, am I being stupid right now? There's no way it's the TV, was it? I was about to say, there was no way it would be the TV. Guys, I think I'm stupid. Guys, I think I might actually be stupid. What small thing are they talking about? Lemire claims she heard the voice through a small window, and if the small window we know about was closed, there's only one other thing she could have meant. They don't mean the bullet holes, right? Because I don't think it pierced through the wall. A dimensional portal. Okay, so I was right about the air vent. I just clicked the wrong air vent. Okay. I'm not very smart, guys. This is where Lemire heard that voice from.
But that's no small window, that's the air vent.
Ooh, I like this music too. It's very dramatic. What did she tell us? She says she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. It's okay, we are not smart. Nah, chat's smarter than me.
Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous speed. Lemire was set up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice.
That's the only logical explanation, yes.
Logical! I do not think this word means what you think it means, Ed Forehead.
Okay, what about it isn't logical?
Ha! And how Lemire's saying. Why would Lemire be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course.
The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lemire? You've been listening to our discussion here, yes?
Yes, I admit it had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed, but why would that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter.
The problem here is words. Lemire, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it high up on the ceiling of the room, not low on the wall?
Yes, it was up on the ceiling.
What? Nani the fuck?
Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime?
Yes, in fact, I was. I am sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point.
Yes, well, why the heck were you up there?
I believe it's time for another testimony.
I'm not sure, I can't.
May I remind you this is a murder trial? We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please.
Well, looks like I'm back on the right track. Above the ceiling.
Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice.
What is this photograph? What is this hunched up Lemire? My god.
I had heard there was a small window there before. I was in the middle of my performance. I had no idea to report what
Oh, I get it.
I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I could not say.
I get it.
I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
Bound to secrecy? She looks like she's roommates with Quasimodo. Jesus Christ, maniacal.
In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold.
But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set.
I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard.
Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail. That looked like something you would see in a horror game or movie with how she appeared in that picture? Yeah.
That's what the cross-examination is for, jaw forehead. Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission.
Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
What are you going to do, Apollo?
I'm gonna find out the truth. She was above that ceiling for a reason. I have to get it out of her. I mean, to be fair, we kind of know exactly what the reason is. We could just, like, bring it... Can't you just, like, bring it up and be all like, oh, hey, you're up there because of the magic trick, right? Above the ceiling, could you be more specific?
I cannot.
Because you're bound to secrecy?
Yes. To tell the truth, I was not supposed to even say I was above the ceiling. I did not say more.
Doesn't sound like I'll be able to coax it out of her just by asking.
I had heard there was a small window there before.
By small window, you mean the air vents?
If I only remembered I needed to be careful where I put my hands and feet. I cannot see the light coming through the window, of course.
The air vent grades would trip you up, certainly.
So, I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots. Startled, I crouched and listened. That is when I heard his voice come from the room.
Darian's voice.
I knew something terrible had happened yet.
You know, considering how noisy air vents can be sometimes, I'm surprised her high heels didn't clank all over the metal of the air vent. Like, clank, clank, clank.
It was the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard.
So without a word, you just let the third set start?
After the curtain closed for the second set, there was still much to do.
You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you only told us sooner.
Yes, perhaps I could have. I see little point in badgering the witness. What's done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. Why, I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing, completely unaware.
Guys, have I lost my voice and continued commentating unaware? That is not responding to my comments, so I'm starting to realize I actually have lost my voice.
Oh no!
Singing without a voice? If only all contradictions were so obvious. If only I could get Lemirar to talk. Pushing her like this doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere.
As to why I was there, I cannot say.
You heard the gunshots during the second set during your performance. You're quite sure? Libby, you haven't said anything in an hour. What? All right, time to go fix my microphone. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Bachan, take over for me. Oh, wait, I forgot Bachan can only speak through wingdings. Never mind. No, I know it's a joke. I know it's a joke. Guys, believe me, I know it was a joke.
Yes, why would I lie about the time?
Why didn't you tell us this yesterday?
No one told me. I thought y'all knew. I told you Machi was not the killer. I told you this many times. Yes, you did. But you never told us why. I am sorry. You don't think Lemirar wears heels? Honestly, we're going to need a picture of that again just so we can confirm. I was not able to speak of it. Unable or unwilling? She's not talking, Apollo. What do we do? We'll just have to prove it ourselves. As long as she is bound by this pact of silence, she won't talk. But if I can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit it. But how are you going to do that? She was singing on the stage, Apollo! She couldn't have been up above the ceiling, too. Yes, she could. I got a theory as to why, too. And maybe I've got the evidence to prove it. Botchan's Borginian? Yeah, sorry to say, she's actually made in Borginia, and I had to reassemble her here in the States. Exactly who bound you to secrecy? I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was. No, I think perhaps that it is all right. It is just a name after all. It was Valiant Grammary. Perhaps you know him. Valiant Grammary? What? You mean Uncle Valiant?
What? Valiant Grammary? Who's Valiant Grammary?
A grand magician, the one responsible for the illusion performed during our concert. Yeah, even Clavier is realizing. Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. Lemirar was bound to secrecy. It's going to take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. I think I know why she was up there, but how do I prove it? Botchan is Borginian. Are you saying that Botchan is a Borg? I am Botchan of Borg. Resistance is futile. You will be assimilated. Okay, now where's the proof that mentions the thing about her being missing? Probably this? There's not really anything else that would really mention anything about, like, the performance otherwise. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence! I think I presented on the wrong statement. Oops. Maniacal, keep your eyes off of my maid.
It does? I don't see anything contradictory.
Are you sure about that?
Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr. Justice.
Hi, Sagami. Maniacal's being horny in chat, as per usual. You know what, I probably should save before I do this. According to the images, you can't see the lower half because of dress, but in culturally theory, she doesn't wear heels. Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay, so I did present on the wrong statement. I had the right evidence. Got it. I don't know how much you can talk calling someone else for being horny. Listen, here's the thing, though. He's being horny for my robot. And no one's allowed to be that horny for my robot, theoretically.
Unless you produce cute fan art of Bachan, you cannot be horny for her. Thanks for drink reminder, K-Roll. Wait, we're not? Get back to me on that. Lemirar, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this video. Living, can you make a collective group? No! Maybe I'm playing Senran Kagura. Man, how convenient for that to actually arrive literally at that location. I also love that you can totally see the trap door there too, so you can see where she comes in on. My God, guys. As we can see, Lemirar was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Man, they were really proud of that scene if they want to show it so many times like that. Though it sounds to me to be so realistic, Lemirar is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view! And during that time, she moved back to the back of the forum. Apollo? What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules! But I'm a lawyer! I'm not supposed to be nice! Burmside, can we get confirmation on that?
This is all very fascinating, but how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast! Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin?
This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. He's just realizing his own oversight. The only sort of goon session we will get up to is dressing up like the Beagle Boys and attempting to rob a rich bird. Alright, fam. We gotta figure out to rob that richest duck in the Duckburg. All we gotta do is bypass the security system of his 3 nephews, a little girl, an old granny, a butler, and some weird guy with a pilot suit. And occasionally Donald Duck. That might be the biggest threat of all. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here, we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage through the backstage to the rear of the forum. Recall Lemirar's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it.
She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling.
Lemirar knew of this because of her part in the illusion. But she wasn't the only one who knew.
What?
Now, in the lobby, Machi told me something. Like Zoink Scoob, I know if I opening vents, I can leave stage and backstage.
He said that?
Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I
I knew about the vanishing act, of course. Yet I had no idea of the route that could be used. Why didn't that magician tell me?
Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of magician's life, you know. Which is why he bound Le Miroir to secrecy. Well, Le Miroir, I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Machi was right about you.
So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling?
I did.
Well, that's that, but I'm still a little confused.
Why is that, Your Honor?
As I said before, there was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds, tops! How could she do it so fast, especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice?
That's a good question. Honestly, the word goon has always reminded you of an episode of an early 2000s The Batman show. Joker is jealous of Batman having sidekicks while he doesn't. Some of his thugs get upset about it and had to clarify, no, you're not psychics. You're goons. Totally different. But yeah, I'll be real. I kind of hate the internet for ruining the word goon. Because I always love the word goon. I always like, when it comes to I love crime noir stuff. So referring to a bunch of minions for a crime lord being as goons, that's some good stuff right there. But no, of course, once again, the English lexicon has to be ruined by colloquialisms.
Can the witness explain this to the court?
I cannot.
Very well, Mr. Justice.
Yes?
It's all up to you. Do your thing.
Wow, Judge has a lot of faith in us. What thing, Your Honor?
Judy, do the thing! You need to explain how Le Miroir was able to teleport like she did. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater.
How'd you get access to my bathwater, Judge? Ugh. Why do I get picked on? It's Le Miroir who isn't going along with the program here. As I stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that happened in detail that night. You hate the internet for some of the words watered down to nothing? Yeah. Same. I don't know. It just feels like, don't get me wrong, I'm down for shorthanding stuff, like a lot of stuff. It just feels like everyone always has to come up with some kind of new slang term that everyone has to start using because they want to sound cool or very modern, I guess. I don't know. It's like how Riz caught on. At least Riz I can understand because it's short for charisma. That makes sense to me because it's shorthand. But I don't know why gooning suddenly became another word for, well, that. We're officially, Nameless, I'll be real. I didn't feel old until I learned about Skibbity Toilet. And then I'm like, can we not talk? What was Skibbity Toilet? I don't understand the appeal of Skibbity Toilet. Can someone please explain that to me? I legitimately don't understand the appeal. It just feels like people want to make up stupid words to be stupid. It's like when everyone collectively learned about chuggy, and everyone's like, the fuck is a chuggy?
Then you just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her.
Yes, if you would, please. Oh, I would ring you any day. I mean, what?
It's so bad that dank thunder Riz Lord be goonin'. Pain. Yes, if you would, please. Wait, she's inviting me to ring her? Yo! We got invitation and permission, guys! Right. I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. Wait, does that mean that she gets to be my teacher? Lemirar as my teacher. But you're my student and I'm a teacher. That's the best part! Can I, as a chat user, ban a mod? The pen's nameless. Would you actually use the powers of a mod responsibly? The big illusion. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There's an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. How's the game going? Me upset about the word goon. I was on my way when I heard the voice. The game is okay, chat is not. I mean, when is it? I wonder if 100 years from now, schools will have to teach the slang using current media, like how schools had to explain Shakespearean language. I feel like only in media. Thankfully, it hasn't Actually, then again, oh my god. Imagine students having to study YouTubers in the future because YouTube has, like, gone bankrupt or something, and then like years later it's like, well, you see, film students, back in the day people used to upload themselves onto what we now refer to as the life source, but back then it was known as the internet. Mugen Souls also ruined the word peon for you. Yep. Chat being lit right now. Shut up, Sagami. 2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something.
As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice.
Right, Your Honor. Future slang will be so advanced that books will end up reading similar to the original versions of Beowulf. Jesus. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lemirar is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. Yo, imagine if, like, in the future, like, Ace Attorney becomes, like, Shakespeare, and everyone has to read, like, Ace Attorney cases. Like, I have no idea what they're saying. What are they talking about? What is this objection they regularly keep saying? Also, and then the teacher's all like, for you see, in ancient times when people had to localize things, they had to adapt things to different cultures. So, as you know, ramen is synonymous with hamburgers. I figured it out already. I am a magician after all. Man, reading Ace Attorney for an English class, that would be amazing. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. Objection! That's an objection.
And why were objections so lewd? Did they object because it was lewd, or did they lewd up the objection?
There are levels of lewdness. Let's put it like that, Wolf. Incidentally, Limit, did you know that Capcom's recent poll results came out and revealed that the group most wanting an Ace Attorney sequel are young Japanese women? No, that's accurate. No, that makes perfect sense to me. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. Noted, I have it in with young Japanese women. How did you, proceed along this route? How? Why, I walked. But you arrived behind a forum much too fast to have been walking. Tell the truth, Lemirar. You rode some kind of vehicle.
What? A vehicle? What vehicle?
Ah, what a novel idea. I like it.
Hey, that's not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad. Ha ha, yes. Laugh at the dumb attorney. I don't mind. Isn't dumb attorney like a fan mod or something? I'm sorry, but the girl is right. That vent was much too small for vehicles. It was a tight fit. Even I had to crouch as I walked. I cannot imagine a vehicle that would fit in such a small space. If it wasn't a vehicle, what was it? Well, I imagine it's probably just a sliding panel or something, right? Oh, ha ha! Let us all laugh at the duck. Speaking of which, yo, did you guys check out that new Looney Tunes movie clip? It looks so freaking good. I need to watch it in theaters. Oh my god. Like, not only that, it's also a fully 2D animated movie. When is the last time we had a major fully 2D animated movie in theaters? I have to watch it if only to support it. More 2D movies, please.
You had me going for a while there, Mr. Justice. Too bad. Ready for the next part?
Why do I feel like I'm on some kind of quiz show? Does anybody remember Looney Tunes Back in Action? Yeah, I liked it a lot. Honestly, I liked it like, I like Space Jam just fine, but I also really like Back in Action. It actually has one of my favorite moments between Daffy Duck and Bugs Bunny. Like, I think it was that movie that made me really fall in love with Daffy Duck as a character, honestly. It was specifically the campfire scene where Daffy realizes that he can't, like, be popular because he feels like Bugs is able to just be very casual with everything while he has to work his ass off to get people to like him. That actually made Daffy Duck one of my favorite characters of all time, actually. There's an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. Yeah, Back in Action's really fun. It kind of goes wild in the ending, but, you know, that's Looney Tunes for you. Did everyone in the concert staff know about the trick? Not at all. Only a few that were needed to help. See, like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis. And Brendan Fraser is Brendan Fraser. I love Brendan Fraser. Is the movie you're talking about the one where Daffy and Porky try to stop an alien, or was it a different one? Oh, no, we're talking about the movie where, it's like... You know, I just realized how hard it is to explain the plot of Looney Tunes Back in Action. It's the live-action one that features the Looney Tunes going on a globe-trotting spy adventure? Is that the closest summation of that plot? So not many people knew about the trick.
What were these stagehands required to do?
One needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs is locked, but once through there... From there on, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. So when you came back, you were behind the audience. Yes, that is how it worked. Not a bad show, if I do say so myself. That took a balance for you, the old Grammary touch.
But on the video, you were only gone for 20 seconds. How is that possible?
That's the part I don't get either. Yes, it would be hard to go so far in only 20 seconds. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. It's honestly closer to what people would have expected from a Looney Tunes movie that also has live-action actors. Yeah, basically what Sagami said. I watched more Space Jam than Back in Action, to be honest. I'll be real. As much as people talk about Space Jam, and I know a lot of people love Space Jam, I think Back in Action is super underrated, honestly. I think that movie is really good. Yes, it can only be done in 1 minute if you're running. Running in that cramped dark tunnel above the ceiling? Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. That's true, but
So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes?
Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. La Mirar disappears on the video for 20 seconds, but she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. Wow! If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer is right there in that video.
Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us. Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony.
Space Jam is a good meme. Back in Action is legit really good movie. Yeah. Space Jam takes like at least 20 minutes of Basketball Jones, and then you finally get to see Bugs Bunny. Yeah. I mean, how many of you guys were around for my April Fool's night, by the way? I did show... Okay, can we at least agree that both Space Jam and Looney Tunes Back in Action is way better? Like, multiple tier list zones better than Space Jam: A New Legacy. Can we agree on that? Ugh. Evidence explaining the discrepancy? Do I have proof of that? You haven't seen New Legacy, so you can't comment? I have! It's not great! But I'm not gonna let myself speak for you, so watch it yourself to make your own opinions. How was that movie? All I ever hear is people complain about Lotus. It's not great. I'm just gonna say it's not great. I watched it with a few of the regular viewers in my movie night on April Fools because, you know, I usually do Disney movies, so why not? Let's do some Warner Brothers movies. Honestly, I am actually planning on doing a Warner Brothers animated movie marathon. Like, I would love to do that and watch like stuff like Iron Giant. Iron Giant is like one of my favorite movies of all time. Is there a way to fast forward this? We should totally watch Coyote versus Acme. Why do you hurt me like this, Nameless? Reminder again, everybody, keep on giving Warner Brothers shit about it, because they will write it off completely until the heat dies down, and I will not let the heat die down. How do I explain this? Some people online will complain about any character change online. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, there are some justified ones. Like, I feel like one of the big ones for me is how they changed, like, the characters in Netflix Avatar: The Last Airbender. So, yeah. Mind you, there are some good stuff in there. I just hate that they made Sokka so bland and boring. Anyway, man, I don't have any evidence yet. Is there? I don't think there's any evidence of that. What kind of evidence could prove that? What's your professional opinion about this one, Trucy? Sorry, I don't work in evidence. And I don't work in tricks. I'm an attorney, not a magician, for crying out loud. Really? I'm sure Daddy would have loved working on this. Thanks, that makes me feel oh so much better.
Well, I don't know about all you, but I find this mystery fascinating. And I'm not letting this trial go any further until we get to the bottom of it. The defense will continue the cross-examination until we have some answers.
Easier said than done. You still get that mad at some people for trying to say Tifa had smaller boobs in Final Fantasy VII Remake, even though she's literally just wearing a support bra. They're just upset that she's wearing a support bra. And it was Darian's voice you heard? Yes, I am certain it was him. Oh wow, there was an objection in this press, okay.
Amanda, best let's for later, Ja.
To balance out, Cloud should also wear a support bra. You know what? I'm down for that. Make that a costume square.
Put that forehead of yours to work on this illusion first.
Double objection. Oh, hold on, I think the identity of the killer is a little more important, don't you?
Importance, Mortons. Objection overruled.
Man, Judge, you are so obsessed with mysteries.
Tell us about the illusion.
No use trying to avoid the problem at hand, Apollo. Trying to avoid the problem? This is a murder trial. The killer is a problem. The contradiction lies between Lamar's testimony and the video. Unraveling an illusion can't be so different from solving a normal case, right? Sorry, Apollo. I'm not telling. Not even if you make those puppy dog faces. Fine, fine. How did she get there in 2 minutes? No, how did she get there in 20 seconds? Yo, Sense Mage, how's it going? Do I have to literally watch the entire performance? They added a fast forward button in the remake? Yeah, they did. It's great. Okay, listen. I saw the fire there. Don't worry. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Don't worry. I saw it. Yeah, like right there. I saw it. I don't know what that has to do with anything, though. How's yourself so lucky at the fast forward buttons? Remember on the DS we had to watch the full performance like 10 times on just this day of the case? It was the worst. Jeez. That actually sounds awful. Do we know what time the concert was?
Thank you.
Liminality Carb! Thank you so much for your gifts up to Shadow Mage Alpha. That's so kind of you, dude. How you doing, man? Yeah, I don't think we have a time for the concert. It was basically the video with the Blue Badger theme in the last case for the first game. Ugh. Okay, here's the thing. Obviously, the trigger activated during that section of the video. So it triggered before before she left. Wait! That's it! I was on my way when I heard the voice! That's it! That can't be it! It triggered beforehand!
Objection!
And that's not it. What? Did I jump the gun again? Oh, god damn it, I jumped the gun again, didn't I? The witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. Damn it. Well, oops. Yeah, I think I jumped it early. Womp womp. No, try it. I want to see magic too. Fuck this trial done. Fuck your magic. Okay. I think... Oh shit, I didn't mean to press that. That was an accident.
Objection!
I think they want me to present in that specific section there with the 2-minute press that I did earlier. I imagine that's what I was supposed to do. Dirt Dog, I think that was not an objection. I think those were hold-its. Did you do one too many objections there, Dirt Dog? Actually, I think you did two too many objections. Oh boy, the counter's thrown off now, isn't it? There were 2 objections, you just sped past them? You know what, fair enough. I forgot about that. When you saw the original DS graphics, you remember the judge being straight lifted from the original trilogy looking super out of place? Yep. There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between video and testimony.
Aha, so this is it? The magic key to unlocking this illusion's dark secret? Tell us how it works! Quickly, I can't bear to suspense.
I was kind of hoping someone else would jump in at this point. Well, you see... Judge, I do hate to spoil the mood, but I haven't the faintest idea what he's talking about. And neither... What? What do you mean that wasn't it? What do you mean? I'm a little confused too there, Apollo. Right, by which I conclude that I was wrong. I am so freaking mad right now. Better luck next time, Pollywog!
Mr. Justice, I'm holding you responsible for spoiling my mood.
I thought I had the discrepancy because, like, the trigger happened before she went down. Or am I misunderstanding what the Okay, so the discrepancy is trying to figure out why she was able to get there in 20 seconds rather than... Okay. So basically, we're trying to figure out why she was able to get there in 20 seconds, even though it takes her 2 minutes. What is the logic on that? Let's think about this here. My attorney badge does nothing. Lyric sheet. Doesn't say anything about time. The investigation report. This is after that happened. The postcard. Who cares? The gun. That just wastes time. The brooch. It was found at the crime scene. Doesn't matter. Considered the obvious solution, she's immune with actual teleportation abilities. Oh shit, she's actually Nightcrawler? Mixing board. Allows music to be played in separate tracks. That's irrelevant, I think. Well, actually, hang on. I don't think the mixing board does anything. Now she's got Deadpool's teleportation belt on. It's just hidden. Touche. Keys don't do anything. The autopsy report doesn't say anything except for time of death, which is relevant because we don't know when the concert is. The victim being shot doesn't matter. The diagram doesn't say anything. Presenting the video doesn't count. The headset doesn't indicate how long she's been down there. That report is probably expired anyway. God. Identifiable igniters, that doesn't matter. Lemire disappeared on the video for 20 seconds, but she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? How? Yeah, Burmside, throw one hint at me. Because none of these is time-related. The only closest thing to time-related stuff is Latus's autopsy report reporting the time of death. The object is something visual. I mean, I know about this thing over here catching fire here. What am I missing here? I was about to say, what if this is not actually her? What if this is like a doll? But I don't think that's it. Wait. Objection, the judge is out of order. In fact, this whole court is out of order. This vending machine is out of order! I'm wondering if it's the guitar. Take that! That's not it. Okay. Put the vending machine on trial. No Dr. Pepper. I was thinking presenting the guitar because it was burning in the video at the wrong time. Do you need a second hint? Is it the brooch because she's not wearing the brooch when she goes back? Is that the logic? Yeah, she's not wearing, like, obviously she's not wearing the brooch. We knew this already. But what does that have, how does that prove that she did that in, like, 20 seconds, though? That's the thing that's confusing. How does that prove anything? Like, obviously she doesn't have the brooch because she dropped it when she was going through the vents. I know that, but that doesn't prove the time discrepancy. All it proves that she was, like, going somewhere. Oh, you know. Thank you, Trey. You're starting to get an idea? Because, like, here's the thing. So, according to this, La Miroir disappears in the video for 20 seconds, but she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. It's like, here's the thing though. Like, yes, obviously she dropped the brooch while going there, but that doesn't mean that she was moving quickly. Like, how do I prove that she was crossing there so fast in 20 seconds? You know what, fuck, I'm just going to present it and let the game explain it. I don't even know anymore. I mean, I got the answer, but I don't know why this is the answer. Explain it to me, game. La Miroir, do you happen to remember this brooch?
Aha, the brooch! We saw that yesterday, did we not?
It was found at the scene, of Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now, why? I thought we already had determined when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Okay, and? Yeah, obviously. Yeah, she's wearing the brooch. I get that. And I see the fire in the guitar. I see that. Here, you can see she's wearing the brooch. Yes, and?
So she is.
Let's look a bit later. No brooch.
What? The brooch! It's gone!
Okay, but again, what does this have to do with time? How is this related to time? Yes, what? I agree, Clavier! Yes, the brooch disappeared in the short span of 20 seconds. And it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The La Miroir we see before the Vanishing Act and the La Miroir we see after. What? 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 I mean, I speculated it was a doll because it looked like she wasn't moving that much, but no, she was moving. So I was like, no, I have to throw that theory out the window. Is there a secret twin that I'm not aware of? So there are 2 hot veil wearing mommies? I mean, sure, I'm down. But what? Where did this come from? Elementary, my dear. This is not elementary. This is pulling complete garbage out of the elementary school garbage can. Yo, twins though, I mean. What? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why is there suddenly secret twins? The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air. What are you talking about? Lemirar, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Is this like a freaking nightmare on... Is this a freaking like... Is this a Treehouse of Horror segment where secretly there was a freaking Bart twin living in the attic that we didn't know about? Is there a twin of Lamar living inside the freaking ceilings of the freaking Coliseum and she comes down to like eat rats? What? From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case here, Judge. I, of course, knew about it. It's an ally Raficio situation. The twin sealed in the brooch. Uh-huh. What? Don't get me wrong. I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me. Does Emma have a twin too? I mean, I'd be down. I need a drink. Bachan! It's not that complicated, Limit. It's obvious that her twin is just sealed in the Yu-Gi-Oh card and she was summoned for the concert. Are you telling me that Valent is actually Maximilian Pegasus? That the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So I was right? There was a switch? There was. Just before the stage tower rose, Lemire, what? Mother Trucker. That's what they meant by hit the switch. I am so mad! Would that make Gavin Kaiba? Absolutely. While we're on the
subject, just who was this replacement Lemirar?
Why, the man behind the illusion.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for the gifts of the Paper Star. I'm not mad at Paper Star. I'm mad at the game. I am so mad right now. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. How was I supposed to know that? Damn, what magic is he using? That shit could revolutionize the medical field. Yo, can you teach me how to transition? That'll be great. Not that I'm trans or anything, but, you know, swapping genders would be cool.
Thank you.
Wolf, and thank you for the gifts up to Trey. Trey, enjoy the emotes as well. I hope you like them. It was Grammary? That's quite the illusion. I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage. That's right. But this, fake Lemirar is still singing. And she's pretty good. But Limit, you already have that power on your hands. I mean, through my PNG tuber, theoretically, yes. This case would have been solved if they just told you the damn trick like they should have in Discovery. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm just... Here's the thing! Okay, here's the thing. Even before they revealed it to me, I kind of guessed it early on because I said maybe the thing was a doll because she wouldn't be able to travel that fast. I thought that was probably what the case was, that it was a replacement thing. But I didn't think it would just straight up be a separate person entirely. And even then, even if I went with that, why is the brooch the thing that I had to use to prove that? Even if I were to guess that, how was I supposed to use the brooch to prove that? Because, like, here's the thing. Like, you would think a good illusionist would also maintain both appearances. So you actively would have to be looking at the brooch to figure that out and also be like, oh, hey, it's a totally separate person, even though there are, I don't know. It just makes me wonder why the brooch. It feels like it should have been some other piece of evidence that could have counted for that. I don't know. I do think part of it is just Japanese law not requiring evidence be treated the same way. But yeah, it's obviously kind of parody. I know it's a parody of Japanese law. I'm just saying that, man, I don't get the logic in wanting to present the brooch for this. I get it, but it's like you have to make some massive leaps in order to realize that you had to go for the brooch. The brooch would have been there if she didn't drop it when she was surprised, so the illusion wouldn't have had a discrepancy. I get that. I'm just saying it's a hell of a leap. Because it was the only visual indicator that something was different, to be fair. I guess. That's true. Shut up, game. Come on, Apollo. That's an easy... Don't even... I'm so mad right now. I'm actually really pissed off at this game. That is not an easy thing to realize. You had to go through so many hoops to get to this point. My God. For her, it's easy because it was her uncle and her trade, so yeah, I guess. They were just playing a recording. The Gavin is on some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play a show live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lemira. Very well.
Yes, do tell and add it to your testimony.
This still isn't as tough as Case 4 from Ace Attorney 1. It's kind of hard to say because I kind of knew Ace Attorney 1's case myself, but It's been such a long time, I don't remember the details about it. I mean, I remember the details of the case, I just don't remember whether or not I had issues with it. This case is hated for a reason. Some quality on life on the video doesn't remove all the issues. Yeah. I had to keep singing even while I moved.
Hold it!
You were singing!
Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this.
Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage?
Why should it matter where I sing when everywhere I go is the same darkness?
Everywhere you look, there's a darkness, and a stage reaching out for you.
But if you were singing while you were walking...
That's right! Wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard?
But also acoustics? Yeah, same! I was also thinking about acoustics too, Wolf! How the hell does that make sense? She was singing right over their heads after all. That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state? I know what he means, that old speaker, Apollo. The speaker? That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. That's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up. I think the idea of the case is cool and you love magic tricks. There's just one detail I hate. Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So La Miroir singing in the ceiling sounded just like La Miroir singing over the speaker?
Ingenious, her voice was hidden by her voice.
I repeat what Devil Hunter Wolf said. What about the acoustics? I feel like Meds would lose his mind over his case if he played this. He'd be like, no! There'd be echoes everywhere! Don't worry about it. I am going to worry about it. La Miroir? I have just remembered something.
Do tell.
When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I stopped singing. I was about to say, that's also another thing. Medzos has a low bar for losing his mind. You know what? Touche on that. This entire section of the trial about the magic trick would have been revealed to Apollo before the trial in real life. If Valen wanted to protect his trade secrets, the judge would have just sealed the courtroom and its records. Happens all the time. Yeah. If she was singing and running, wouldn't we hear her huffing and puffing? Yeah.
What?
I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped? Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice. Go ahead. That mixing board I lent you, where is it? The mixing, huh? That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this. I completely forgot about it. Let's take a listen. Oh, so they put the second screen onto the actual main screen? Cute. Oh my god, do I actually have to sit through all of it? Why do I have to sit through this entire portion? I already know what happens!
Thank you!
Music trial.
Hey, Skylar, thanks for 56 months, dude. At least you're not playing the original, thank God. The song does stop there.
It does? I must have missed it.
Yeah, I kind of got blasted in the ear by Octopath Traveler music. My bad. Look at the lyric sheet at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Hot. Now listen again. Do I have to? Oh, so she does actually pause there. Okay. This case really doesn't like you if you aren't playing with the sound on. I think that's fine, actually, Kojin. That's not an issue. They literally visually demonstrate it. Pleasure, ... versus, you know, pleasure. Yeah, that was still visually indicated, Kojin. I don't see what the issue is.
This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake.
The crime didn't happen during the third set. How did she forget her line when the line was the same word twice? To be fair, if you hear a gunshot, you kind of pause for a moment. I realize the reason why people don't question the weirdness in Lemora singing in this part is probably because the audio quality of the whole concert is just god awful. True. You know what? Valid, Paper Star. It happened during Lemira's ballad.
If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter.
Which means that Darian Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on the stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turn around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains.
What's that, Prosecutor Gavin?
Therefore, his theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based upon La Mirar's testimony.
Yes, is there a problem with this?
Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant? But you have no proof! All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear. Can I point out that that every single Ace Attorney game always turns this against us? Whenever we make conjecture, the game's always like, oh, but you have no proof for your conjecture. Okay, what if I give you conjecture and we are like, you have no proof? Oh, we're gonna side with the prosecutor anyway. If there's one thing I hate about Ace Attorney, it's the fact that those games are always biased for the prosecutor. But they can conjecture all over the place. Yeah, that's actually one of the more annoying aspects of Ace Attorney I don't like. It's such a double standard. Isn't that the point? I guess. I don't know. I can't tell how much of that is intentional writing versus other reasons. I don't know. This is kind of based on Japanese law. It's very difficult for defense attorneys there to get not guilty. I heard they actually changed that recently, like in the mid-2010s or something like that. I heard they have a more Western style of trials now. Until we hear directly from the man himself.
The man, you don't mean?
Yes. Though he is a friend and a band member, Darian Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way.
As someone with a new perspective on the case.
As a suspect, to be frank. The series is literally a parody of how shitty it is to be a defendant in Japan. True. But yeah, I heard that they did actually change how Japanese laws worked later on. So, I feel like it's just, original to the Ace Attorney universe at this point, though. Finally, the rat's come out of his hole. And I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescent, get ready for justice. Obviously, those who actually know more about Japanese law that exists today would know better than I do, but I just heard that they changed how the laws worked.
This is a good time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon a witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin.
I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are.
Very well, court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess.
To be continued. Well, that was 3 hours of trial. I can't wait for the next chapter to be another 3 hours. Little known fact, when he says recess, the judge is literally behind the courtroom on a swing. No, he's more of a dodgeball kind of kid. He's like, no, better, kickball. The judge, still wearing his judge robes, runs out and like kicks a ball across the court. If you recall correctly, the Japanese law system did go under a reform after the series started, but the series did start as a parody of that. Yeah, I know. I get that. I'm just saying that nowadays, like, if they continue Ace Attorney, it's kind of its own justice system at this point. Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of La Miroir's performance? The reason why she was in that air vent... Chat, can I just say, y'all have incredible restraint. I'm impressed that no one made a joke about Le Miroir vented and there's an imposter Le Miroir up on stage. Y'all have incredible restraint. And that switch into flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. How much of a sussy baka do you think Chad is? Well, look at Maniacal. He's the sussiest and biggest baka of all. I knew you had what it took. Oh, where are you all, stream? Oh, Daddy! How did I not notice the word pa on top of Phoenix's hat until now? Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really. Oh my god, why is Phoenix an asshole in this game? Is this Papa? Yup. Huh? I just thought that make a cooler entrance and say, hiya. Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed. Oh no! What if you're shot too, Daddy? Would I do a thing like that to you? Actually, good question. Let me think about this here. Has Phoenix ever been shot? Shot? He's been tasered. He has fallen off a bridge into a raging river. He's been hit by a car, but I don't think he's ever been shot. I thought Edge were comfy. Sagami, Oh yeah, he was also nearly poisoned, right? Because he freaking ate a fucking locket once full of poison. You fucking dumbass. So there's a lot of arguments about how Phoenix went from this to doing Destiny's Phoenix. I would love to hear that when I'm done with the game. Like, probably, like, once we're done with Case 4, that is. Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh, you're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Why did Phoenix even bother showing up? Is that all you came to say? I think you have everything pretty much under control. They'll get Machi Tobe off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darien Crescent? It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely, that our diva divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch? A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. What? Poison or not, you feel like eating a locket is a bad idea. Oh, so true, K-Rool. He was also stabbed and set on fire and had a shield thrown at him. Yeah, that definitely happened. Oh, you know what? He also had to go to court against a giant green gamma irradiated lady. And you know what? I'm kind of jealous about that. But if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like a butter in frying pan. Leave me behind the faintly singed sense of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky? Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Ah, here it is. What are those, Daddy? They don't look very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are into these days. You're gonna head for bed? No worries, Dirt Dog. You have a good night, dude. She-Hulk may or may not have sat on his face. Lucky bastard. These fragments were found, blah, blah, blah. Were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa. This is totally not fabricated evidence, is it? Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally, some evidence that makes sense. I don't know, guys. This feels like forged evidence. That's all for me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Daring Crescent's igniter and set it off. And he walked out the door, just like a magician. Normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy.
Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where's Detective Crescent?
In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time.
Very well.
Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darian was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved on to Criminal Affairs Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know, forehead.
Very well, call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darian Crescent.
And hopefully this won't take too long. I'm getting tired and hungry.
Name and occupation, please.
Darian Crescent, Detective Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division for those of you who didn't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gaviniers. Maybe you've heard of us.
Do you fully understand the circumstances on which you stand before us today?
Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here.
The situation's changed, Darian. And don't call me partner.
So much for old friends.
I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution.
Your Honor, if we could begin the trial?
Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamirar's testimony. If, in fact, you have anything to say about it.
Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Borginia.
And where you're from, Mr. Justice.
Listen, I'm just from Crane, alright? This guy is a cop while looking like this? Yeah, apparently. Works in criminal affairs. That's kind of racist? Yeah? Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing. He's a literal dick. He's got a dick hair. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots. As if. Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man.
So you claim Lemirar's testimony was a lie?
Hey, don't get me wrong. I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. But she's got to quit eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. You go too far, Darian. Look, all I'm saying is you got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective?
Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
Dick is a... Mother trucker, is that actually the pun? God damn it. Stretch, thanks for a reminder, K-Roll. You didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Lemirar's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. It's not like we know any other detectives named Dick, right? Nope, not at all. As I feel the last remnants of Gumshoe vanish from my brain. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. You don't have any proof she was lying. Yeah, kid. You saying I lied? No, I'm just saying, Apollo, glare back at him! I couldn't help it. I flinched by reflex. Detective Crescent. Yeah, what do you want? Nothing. Apollo, chin up! Back straight, you're wilting! This guy's hard as nails! He makes Walkie look downright cooperative! Look, there's no way the diva remembers my voice. In the first place, she never heard my voice. Gumshoe couldn't afford to pay Edgeworth to keep his job anymore. Big sad. You never talked to her even though you were playing in the same concert? Not a word as far as I can recall. But weren't there planning sessions or something? Gavin took care of all that himself. Darian wasn't involved in any of the meetings with her. As if you could just go around remembering everyone's voice like that anyway. Only an idiot would believe that. Lemirar's hearing is very sensitive. She could remember him if she heard him, I'm sure of it. I just can't prove it. And I need proof. You forgot the words because of gunshots, as if. We know she missed the words. The mixing board proved it. Yeah, there was a mistake. But blaming it on gunshots is just a lame excuse. What do you mean? The mixing board proves what? It proves there was a mistake in the song. A missed cue. So, she flubbed it up big time, that's all. She spins this story about a gunshot to protect the kid. And cover for her own goof. Man, I'd have to hand it to her if she wasn't sticking to me all of that at the same time. Marion, watch what you say. Lemirar is an artist. She just flubbed it up. There's no small accusation for a performer of her caliber. Heh, she got to you, alright. I can see it in your eyes. I tell you, most of her stuff is so pretentious it's way over my head. Okay, you definitely murdered him at this rate. I'm detecting a riff in the Gavineer's ranks. Anyway, she's too close to the defendant. Her testimony can't be trusted. You ask me, I'd go with Detective Sky's story as the drop of a prick. Didn't Detective Sky hear the gunshots during the third set anyway? Actually, I was there too. So I hear, which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots. Yes, we heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. Heh, I guess you and Lemure got the same excuse then. Oh, I get it. So these firecrackers probably imitated a gunshot and they were set off by the igniter that was under one of the chairs. So you think this was some kind of firecracker? Yeah, or one of those noisemakers like you shoot off in New Year's. Did you think that in China use firecrackers on New Year's to scare off evil? So it's kind of the same thing. Really? I had no idea. Well, did you know this? It takes more than 500 peanuts to make one 12-ounce jar of peanut butter. This is making me hungry. I'm gonna go grab some food while I do this. At least my useless fact had something to do with the evidence. We know one thing for certain here. There were gunshots-like sounds that emanated from that room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots. Machi heard them too. Remember he said he ran for the air duct when he heard them? So how do we figure out just what those gunshots during the third set were? I wonder. You don't care it's 11 p.m., go grab a PB&J? Go grab one. Put some bananas in there. Make it healthy. The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. That could have been what the shooter wanted us to think. I'll tell you what the shooter, that kid, wants you to think. He wants you to think the diva heard me in that room. Ugh, I'm back to relying on Lamore's testimony. As much as I'm enjoying the Darien and Forehead show, there is no need for such tempers. Don't make us into some comedy duo! This means the Gavin and Darien show's cancelled. Neither of your claims can be proven or disproved. We could argue for days like this and get nowhere.
Prosecutor Gavin is quite right. This court will hear no further discussion on this topic without new facts.
New facts, huh? He's pretty eager to paint Lemire as a liar, isn't he? Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire... La Miroir. There were two of her running around. La Miroir. Oh, I get it. This is tough, so what do we do? I've got a few ideas. I just need to find another way to prove it didn't happen when he says it did. Try avocado and peanut butter in a sandwich? Never had that myself. Sounds interesting though. Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial.
What things?
The first was this small device. That's the remote triggered igniter. I think my mods might be stepping away, so I'll type in the objection. Here we go. Unless one of my mods wants to sound off in chat. No, I can see peanut butter and avocado making a decent combo. That being said, though, I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat some of my oatmeal that I have left out. Shit's still cold. You know what? I'm going to take a small break and get some food if you guys don't mind. Just so I can fill up my belly so we can continue the rest of this case. Nightbot isn't here, don't bully Nightbot. Well, while I'm eating, you guys want to chat about anything? I did put on a 3-minute ad though, I'll say that. As a subber, your ads have no power here? Well, mother trucker. Thoughts on Trucy? She's cute. Bit of a backseater, but she's cute. I will say that I do think that Trucy doesn't have as many funny lines as Maya, though. I think Maya's ultimately more funny than Trucy, but Trucy has a lot of fun gimmicks to her, so I like that. What do you think Snackoos taste like? You like to imagine they're like chocolate-covered pretzels? That's actually what I was thinking too, Gaddy. I think I like Maya more because I think Maya has more personality than Trucy. I think Trucy is fine. Don't get me wrong. It's just that she doesn't have as many gimmicks to Maya for me as much as and she doesn't have like, it's weird because like, she doesn't have nearly as like, just like so far from what I've seen of her, she doesn't seem to have as much depth as Maya because when you first meet Maya, she's a very introverted girl around new people. And like, I'm not saying that like Trucy had to be introverted or anything like that, but it showed like Maya had a lot of different layers to her as a character. Trucy doesn't so far, so at least, doesn't feel like she has many layers to her. Maya's also is a fucking criminal, and that is hilarious to me. Maya also has 3 games to get to know her at the time of this game. That is true. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't really give my full thoughts on Trucy until I finish the game. Like, at the moment, Trucy's more like a big mystery to me more than anything. Some of the images Snackoos look like meat snacks, like a Slim Jim, but shorter in a bag. Yeah, but they also make crunching noises. That's the thing. Like, they actively make loud crunching noises, so it can't be like a Slim Jim. That being said, though, I want to be clear on this. I think Trucy has an amazing design. I love her design. Like, I probably like her design more than I like Maya's design because I also am a fan of magicians. But, like, if we're talking about in terms of character, I feel like Maya's more fleshed out, at least so far for me. I also feel like Maya had a better introduction compared to Trucy. Trucy just kind of came into existence one day. Like, I don't even really remember how we met Trucy. She's just like, oh, here, I have a thing my daddy wants me to give you. Okay, bye. Versus like you're meeting Maya for the first time, like looking over Mia's dead body. And I'm like, man, that's hard hitting. Like, it establishes her, like, one thing a writer we really like one thing us writers like a lot, we like establishing characters in their first scenes really well. Like, you get to know a character really well. I feel like Maya's first appearance was a really good way of introducing her because you get to a good feel of her character right away. With Maya, I mean, with Trucy, you don't really get to know what her character is like when you first meet her. She's just like a mysterious girl. That's it. She basically just hands you illegal evidence. No, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Kojin. Like, it doesn't really say anything about her as a character. Again, I'm not trying to dump on Trucy. I like Trucy just fine. I'm just saying, like, so far from what I've seen of her, she just doesn't seem as fleshed out as I'd like. I am 100% sure the next case is going to be all about her, because I feel like Valent is going to turn out to be the murderer of her father. That's my theory. So we're probably going to get a lot of Trucy backstory next case. I'm sure about that. I'm just saying my feelings so far. Did you know that Turnabout Sisters was the first case, but they wanted you to get Mia more, so they made a different case that you start with? I think I respect that. That's actually a really good idea. It's always important to get to know a character if you're going to kill them off. They gotta make you care about the character if they're gonna kill them off. Just because the characters in the game or story cares about them, doesn't mean the audience is gonna care about them. Did you know that Mia was only killed off and Maya made into a spirit medium because they thought Phoenix had too many allies? What? That's so mean! What do you mean, too many allies? What's wrong with Mia and Maya? What's wrong with Mia and Maya? Like, are they factoring in Larry? Larry is not an ally. He's a butts. He's just a butts. You remember Fun Dip, the flavored candy powder with the white candy stick that used to... Oh, I used to have Fun Dip all the time. I loved Fun Dip. I don't know why. It actually was very messy. You like Mia? I like Mia too. She was very nice and very pretty, amongst other assets. All right, finished my oatmeal. Makes you wonder what the other case would have been if Turnabout Sisters had been the first case. I feel like I would have disliked the game more because I wouldn't have cared about Mia as much.
What assets would those be?
Oh, you know. Oh, you know.
What are those? What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope.
Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker.
Eh? How did Gavin know about this?
What? You think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually.
What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin?
I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial, just in case.
That raises another possibility. Turnabout Sisters needed to be a case 3 or 4 to let Red White be more of a threat. Case really held back by being a case 2. You know what? I hate to say it, but I kind of agree. But at the same time, it's tricky because it's like the issue with making it case 3 is like the police would have to investigate for a long time, and the only reason that they were able to do case like Turnabout Sisters was by pinning it on Maya and making her, you know, the prime suspect at the time. So there was not really a good time to delay it otherwise. To eliminate any subtlety. Thank you, Sagami. And don't worry, I will have my own proper Milkers emote one day. Now the real question is whether or not I'm joking. Those gunshot-like sounds during the 3rd set could have been 2 firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So you're saying those firecrackers just happened to go off right when 2 witnesses came by?
That's right. Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then?
If a firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one there to hear it, you get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man? How do I explain this? He may not look like it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it. He may not look like it, partner. Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me, I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. And I saw something odd there just before the 3rd set. Something odd? A headset. The kind all the band and staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Air Forehead. I have a question for you. For me? The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi. You just thought it now, but Clavier Gavin sounds like Professor Layton. This reminds me of a puzzle. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Man, I need to play Professor Layton again. I love doing the Professor Layton voice. Those gunshots might have been real or fake, we can't say. Ugh. You placed the possibility during the shots heard during the 3rd set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? Look, just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the 2nd act, while a little piano player was on stage. That's right, Gavin. Indeed. If you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless.
Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove that the crime took place during the 2nd set?
Yeah, I think. Just, you know, let me save.
What is saving? Is it one of those newfangled apps on your phones?
You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through.
It can be proven. You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you.
Let us continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony if you would.
It isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. Heh, you ready, kid? Cause I am.
The shooting took place during the second set. If you're so sure, let's see your proof. But the gunshots heard during the third set could have been... What? Some kind of setup? I've heard that one before. Ugh. We need proof, Apollo. We need to prove that the shooting took place during the second set. Well, if you know how to do that, I'm all ears. Maybe the gunshots are the key after all. What do you mean? Well, Lemiroir said she heard them, right? Right in the middle of her illusion when she was up above the ceiling. When she forgot the words to the song, yeah. If you can prove that the gun was shot right when she missed those lyrics, Trucy, how many times do I have to tell you?
Don't make me tap the sign.
We're home free, I think. True, not easy, but true. Is there some way to prove that? Let's take a look through our evidence. Maybe there's something in there. Hey, aren't you supposed to be cross-examining me?
Try to refrain from private discussions during cross-examination, Mr. Justice.
Right, Your Honor, sorry. Are you allowed to actually talk privately with your assistants and clients while you're cross-examining someone? I don't know. He's pretty eager to paint Lemiroir as a liar, isn't he? Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire case. This is tough, so what do we do? I've got a few ideas. I just need to find another way to prove that it didn't happen when you say it did. You're a team? Yeah, it's allowed but generally avoided to maintain flow of questioning. Makes sense. Poof. So I basically have to prove that the gun fired while she was walking. But how do I prove that time period of that? Do I just, like, show the video? I mean, obviously the guitar was set on fire. I think I'm supposed to present the video. Mostly because, like, we know when the igniter went off at the very least. Is that the logic? Identical igniter in Gavin's guitar and at the crime scene, triggered by the remote trigger. I think we prove it by presenting the videotape? Well, that's flat out wrong. The witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, but I see nothing faulty. Unfortunately, we'll have to penalize you, Mr. Justice.
I must be on the wrong track. Wait a second. Can I do something here? Can I change songs?
Did we hear a gunshot in this? Wait, what was that? Oh my fucking god. You know what, Kojin? You're right. You actually needed to be able to hear that in order to hear the gunshot. Yeah, that's definitely a gunshot.
Objection!
It seems there was clear proof left behind. Yeah, you know what, Kojin? You had a point there. You legit weren't sure if you immediately catch that? I mostly had to figure out where the location in the song it was. Right here in Lemirar's song. The song!
What exactly is this, device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps?
Judge, you're not that old. Again, assuming he's 70 years old. Like, okay, assuming he's like 50. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's say he's 50 years old. This takes place in 2027. Subtract 50, that's only 1970s. I'm pretty sure that gramophones weren't a thing, like weren't really popular in 1970. You didn't want to argue with me earlier because you realized you brought up things too soon? No, I get that. No, I appreciate you being mum about that, Kojin. That is greatly appreciated, dude. Come on, we just used this, and don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part.
Part?
You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lemirar's voice included.
The judge is just an elder being. I hope he's not statted.
Oh, but what does this prove?
According to Lemirar's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song.
You intend to examine the recording at that moment, Ja. We might even hear those gunshots.
Exactly. Ridiculous.
How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets.
Oh.
We were all deeply involved in our performance, but Lemirar's headset would have picked up all she heard all the same.
Then let's get to analyzing that recording. Right now.
Lemire stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshot. Well, I found it early.
Take that!
Your Honor, listen to this part.
What's this? I hear nothing. How is this possible?
What? What? Did I actually miss it? How? Do I have to present it literally at the beginning of it?
I can hear it just fine, thank you very much.
You heard me thinking.
I saw you were thinking on your face.
Judge's hearing aside, I too heard that.
Fuck you, Clavier! Oh my god. So I got penalized because I missed the freaking timing?
Leading me to believe there is nothing there to be heard.
Screw you, game. I guess that's the wrong spot. Fine, I guess I gotta put it at the very beginning of the second part.
A penalty on behalf of all of you are hard hearing impaired, you insensitive braggart. Enjoy.
Ugh.
Mr. Justice, once more if you would.
Blech. So I literally had to put it at the beginning, right?
Take that!
Your Honor, listen to this part.
What's this?
What? Chat, okay, actual question. What am I doing wrong here? I don't think am I inputting it in the wrong way? Hang on. Oh! Oh! I understand what you mean, Burmsai. I'm highlighting 5. I'm supposed to be highlighting 1. Oh. That's annoying. Yeah, they told you yeah, that I'm basically how I'm feeling right now, Gaddy. They told you to present a part. They didn't say a track. Ugh. I had the right idea. I just didn't understand what the game wanted me to do. Okay. Whatever. It's way more obvious on DS. Okay. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lemirar's vocals. I am so mad.
Did I hear something? I did hear something faintly, yes! What? It sounded like a gunshot!
What? There's gotta be some kind of mistake. It's Floppy Dick. He came too early, guys.
I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lemirar's testimony was true. Gah!
Yo, Andrew, how you doing, by the way?
Honor, so she was telling the truth about what she heard?
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Lettuce.
Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch now.
Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire.
Detective Crescent, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it.
I swear, I keep slipping into a French accent. I'm sorry, all German people.
But why did we only hear 1 gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon?
Lemirar was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then, as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again and Mr. Lettuce's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent?
Once again, I am reminded of something. A performance the other day.
Your performance?
Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Air Forehead. What is it with today? Problem after problem. A chung. My hog won't start, my guitar case is busted, my guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, somebody's dead. And then there was just that performance just now.
You know what'd be cool? If all the other cases in this game involved the concert, so we could keep rewatching the scene for the rest of our game. Don't hurt me with a good time, Nameless. Once again, I'm reminded of something. In Professor Lane's voice just had you say a puzzle.
Once again, I'm reminded of something. That something is a puzzle. You got any puzzles? Please, give me some puzzles. I have not had a puzzle in 5 years.
This part is off.
Which part is that? Second guitar. It was you, Darian! I thought it was strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well,
You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at?
I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Letus's 45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur.
Wait, you mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver?
Ha! You're forgetting something.
Yes, Mr. Detective Crescent?
Croissant? I keep on wanting to say croissant.
I'm a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearm training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur. A standard sidearm issued to police officers is a 38 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Letus, which suggests there was a struggle between killer and victim.
So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean?
The thought has occurred to me, yes.
Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent!
What I want to say is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey you, attorney!
Me?
Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a 45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin, I really do.
His head does look like it's shaped like a croissant. No, true. Croissant.
You can light up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager, and that's the obvious truth.
The witness has a point. The defense arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive.
What do you mean it's not decisive?
I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reason why you couldn't have done it.
Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy, I've got no motive, man. That was the diva's first trip to the country, yeah, right? Could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him?
A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Letus had not been to our country before?
According to our records, yes, not even once.
I see, very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
Great. Now I need to find a motive.
I think I know what the motive is, actually. I think it has to do with the cocoon.
Her manager, sure, but Mr. Letus was...
Oh, right, sorry. Interpol agent, wasn't he? I just have trouble picturing that big lunk as an undercover cop, you dig? And not a very good one, seeing as how he got wasted.
That's cold, dog.
Not that it matters either way, seeing I had no reason to kill the man, whatever he was. You want a reason? Easy, I got no motive, man.
But that's the same for Machi. No motive was proven for him.
Come on, he traveled around the world with that old fart. He had plenty of time to come up with a motive of his own.
Ugh.
More than I sure did. I mean, think about it. This was the diva's first trip to the country, right?
Darian, you're a detective with international affairs.
Yeah, what of it?
Even if this was Mr. Letus's first trip to this country, you still could have met him prior to the concert.
Huh?
Or don't you take any international trips in international affairs?
That's right. Well, Detective Crescent.
Can I just say, if Darian actually is the murderer, man, He does not sell very good cases for himself. That's your game, isn't it? Guess I better confess then.
Confess?
Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassment, but I've never been sent overseas. What? But you're an international! See, me and Blaine's got a difference of opinion. We don't like each other much. My condolences there, Forehead, but he's telling the truth. He's never set foot outside the country, I can guarantee it. As it turns out, my division has plenty of work to do locally as well. That's so unfair. How can I possibly know her manager? So you didn't fraternize with him at all during the concert? I would fraternize with Le Miroir, I'm just saying. Fraternize, huh? I don't think we exchanged a single word. As if anyone would want to talk to that old Eastern blockhead. Now the ladies, that's a different matter altogether. Guys, why am I slowly turning into Darian and I hate it? I hope I'm not a murderer. What do you mean, I hope? I am not a murderer! So you see, if I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? I feel like this testimony was just talking in circles the entire time. Or have a pomp, yeah. All I got is an ohoge. You sure about that? What? What? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you. Listen, you tried throwing out one of your wild accusations. I'll throw it back at you so hard you forget who you're accusing of what. Hey, Forehead, perhaps it's best if you let your evidence do the talking jaw. What evidence? That's what I want to know. So he's using this motive question as ammunition, huh? Well, I got ammunition, too. Evidence. Depends, is the bray actually concealing a 2-foot-long croissant? You don't know that. I think I just present a replica here, right? Because, like, he was clearly working with other people in order to find the cocoon, right? Since he's an undercover agent?
Objection!
Okay, my logic was right. Your Honor, take a look at this.
What's that? Looks like candy. May I have one?
It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. What it is evidence. My God, this song is so good! Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings.
A cocoon? Never seen one that color.
It is a variety only found in the Republic of Borgania. Nowhere else.
Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with a motive for killing Mr. Latouche. Does it?
It does! Wait, I mean, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man.
A cocoon of evolution? Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make silk out of? My son keeps on asking to make a cocoon deck.
Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative.
A curative for what?
Apparent.
Apparently, it is most efficacious at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Borginia.
Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world?
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering.
We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet, if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact.
What?
There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite a commotion in the global community. Though the media was kept largely unaware.
Intriguing.
All this had led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export. One rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others.
My man Uji wants to slam Ultimate Great Mod down on the gavel. That which can kill in the wrong or right dosage. Makes sense.
Interpol?
Right. The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager, but that is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country. That what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. So I was going to sell it on the black market and make myself a pretty penny. Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why?
Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business.
Does that mean that Weevil actually has been smuggling his cocoons into the country? Is Weevil even more of a criminal than I think he is? International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Mad. I'm in international affairs. I know the deal. To be fair, he's not really a criminal in the manga, just kind of an asshole. Yeah. And then the Seal of Orichalco's arc happened and it's like, oh hey, how about we actually sell our souls and like be assholes to Yugi and Joey?
Indeed, Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover.
You kids think up the craziest things. But no way am I going to risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money.
Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted.
According to the reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky.
Very well, you may begin the cross-examination.
This is the only motive I got. He was up to something, and I'm gonna find out what. I think it's just the Borgnian cocoons are illegal, yeah. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. That memo, that's how you knew about the cocoons. Oh, nice one, nice one. I'm running scared now. You had to know about the cocoons to plan this.
Just how well known are these cocoons? I'm so embarrassed to admit it, but I've never heard of them.
Well, the Miroir knew about them, though not their use.
My reports indicate that there are ongoing efforts to control information about the cocoons. Most people only know they're illegal to export, that's all.
Then I've nothing to be embarrassed about after all.
You could say people like me who know about them are a minority, yeah? But that includes everyone in international affairs, man. And everyone in Interpol too, for that matter, yeah. You gotta get to bed? No worries, Coach, and you have a good night, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. So there are other Interpol agents like Mr. Latouche? All over the world, likely. Deep undercover, most of them. I hear one of them's hanging out in Sinnoh. That's why these cocoons are too hot for the black market. You don't want Interpol sniffing through your wares. Most come to the conclusion that can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. Dangerous? Yeah, Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Well, another marketeer might think you're part of a sting and take you out himself. Times have changed. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices? Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. Then turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you can say objection. Maybe we could get them to cut his hair, too. Who's on trial here again? Man, you so obviously know nothing about the market. And that's a bad thing? Don't even try to mess with me about this stuff. Man, I'm in international affairs. I know the deal. Which is why you know how to find a loophole in the system. Hey, you can say what you want about me, but back off of international affairs. Ain't no loopholes, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts? That wasn't what I was trying to say. Down, Darian. It's as you say. There are no loopholes, at least in the case of these cocoons. International affairs, Interpol, and Borginian customs are all watching. See? We know what we're doing. Not like some yipping little doggy that laps up every word that diva says. Why, I oughta... what? You want some of this? Chill, both of you. Let's do this cool job. When did this turn into Jerry Springer? Screw cool. I want this guy's head on a stick. Wow. Apollo's so violent today. The replica has to be the key to his motive. There's gotta be a way to find out what he's up to. I think I have an idea. The problem is I don't know which statement to present this on. I know I need to present a newspaper about, like, the Chief Justice's son who's got incuritis. I just don't know what to present it on. You want some of this dick hair? And that is how All Might was never allowed to be anywhere near Deku ever again. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market too dangerous. The cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. The comma before dick, I assume. I had the right idea, I just... Ugh. I'm just going to present on this one and hope it works. Your Honor, that statement contradicts. Nope.
Objection!
There we go. It was this one. That was my second guess. Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they find out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this?
That article that's about the Chief Justices?
A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for... Incuritis.
Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere.
You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning!
Aha! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying...
Our witness is a detective. He would have had contact with the Chief Justice.
You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband.
Not even to save his own son's life?
But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal!
That's Detective Crescent's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief of Justice.
Detective Crescent, is this true?
First I'm a murderer, and now I'm a smuggler. How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway?
Distasteful as it is to think about, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller.
Don't let sleeves over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Well... Yeah, you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Borghini and Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about cocoons getting out.
So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination.
Borghini and Customs is very thorough. Everything and everyone gets checked. Oh, drink, chain, stretch. Thanks for a reminder, Wolf. You know, if there's anything I gotta praise this game on, it's its soundtrack. Its soundtrack is super good. Just how strict is this customs check? Way strict. They keep planes on the ground for hours. I do recall it being a bit extreme. They were even confiscating gumdrops and Wait a second. No way. He couldn't have, could he? They were even confiscating... They were even confiscating gumdrops and marshmallows.
Yes, it would be hard to distinguish them.
That's right, Gavin was in Borghini, wasn't he? I remember setting off the metal detector several times. I had to practically strip naked to walk through. Oh my. Hot. Here's a travel tip for you, Gavin. Leave the bling at home, you glimmerous fop. Cocoon possession will get you arrested on the spot and then sentenced to death. That's pretty extreme. Bulgaria has this rep as an idyllic, laid-back place. Truth is, they're beyond hardcore with security. The Republic of Bulgaria is a peaceful, pleasant country. So this level of security shows us how truly concerned they are about these cocoons. That's the situation. Hey man, if there was a way to get cocoons out of there, I'd sure like to know. And that's how a vintage Pokemon Yellow cartridge got destroyed during customs for spyware. That's very upsetting. Did that actually happen? Somehow you think the mental image is exactly what the game expected there. You're in a position to know quite a bit about smuggling. Yeah, I need to know a bit for work, sure. But all we get are reports on the failed misguided smuggling ops. Not exactly something you want to go copying. But if you want, I can tell you a few of them. Maybe you'll succeed and get rich.
I would be interested in hearing, purely from a legal perspective, of course.
Judge! I weep for our judicial system. Same. You gonna turn in? No worries, Birdman. You have a good night, dude. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks to you again for the raid. The replica has to be the key to his motive. There's gotta be a way to find out what he was up to. So, like, this is a hell of a leap I'm about to have, right?
Objection!
And my leap turned out to be correct. Okay, cool. You gonna head out as well, Limnality? No worries, dude. Have a good night. Actually, there is one way.
What?
One way to get something out of the country, no checks.
What is it?
You become a prosecutor.
A prosecutor?
I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. We are about to follow our ninja way. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lemira. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar's from Borginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lemira's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Yeah, I figured this was the case. So you've been listening, and when you become a you really thought Paul was about to say become a prostitute? Yes, you smuggle things out by putting them up your snatch. Did I hear that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Borginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Clavier would kill it on OnlyFans? I can see that. Are you saying that guitar was... With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy. To use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out Borginia! Ah! Music! I can dance to this all day.
What?
Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar has some work done on it recently, right?
Work?
Good memory, Forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this in fact.
An igniter?
Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean... He means this, of course. There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could have used picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access like a member of the band? York!
Order, order, order! So the igniter...
Was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution.
A precaution?
Forehead, at last it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lumiere's ballad, if you please. First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar.
I see.
But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping that guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler.
What's that?
Mr. Latouche.
Ah!
Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He had only had to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself.
If the cocoon were confiscated, then the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch now. The guitar burst into flames and the cocoon was lost. And then Mr. Latouche died.
With the miroir there to witness it.
There's your case.
Brilliant, man.
Detective Crescent?
I got to know, you may call that up on the fly. For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darian. The Republic of Borginia. Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Ha! Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh?
It's not so hard to imagine. You had help. A Borgianian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Le Miroir heard proves it.
It's over.
Press the switch now! You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage.
But who was it?
This is it, the coup de grace. And for once, I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him.
Let us hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice?
Phoenix, I can't believe that you would dive into the black market like that. I'm so utterly disappointed in you. That you would force that Trucy Wright to have to accompany me and mislead me this entire time into thinking that Clavier Gavin would be the person who would go all the way to Borginia to talk to the manager who was horrendously murdered while being the manager for the woman that truly was. Okay, anyway, yeah, so, there's only really one answer here, right? There's only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice. And that person is the defendant, Machi Tobey. I don't know how I feel about the fact that we're saying that our saying our client is a freaking smuggler.
But Mr. Justice, he's your client!
That's what I'm saying! The defense attorney accusing his client. That's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. To be fair, smuggling is a lot better than murder. Yeah, but if it gets found out, he can never go back to his country because he is going to get murdered to shit as someone who smuggled out that death sentence and all that.
Indeed, the defendant is Borgianian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice.
You ever heard of felony murder? Go on, Bermsai. I'm all ears. Or all eyes in this instance. Machi is still guilty of murder under US and Canadian law. Yo, no way! Really? Wow, secondhand murder, everybody. The second he touches its oil, he's dead, no hesitation. So yeah, Machi is still guilty of murder. US smuggling charges beat the hell out of smuggling Borganian charges. True.
But what if it was in fact Lemimor?
It could have been.
Well, you seem so sure of yourself.
The reason is electronic signals. Electronic signals, apparently.
Electronic signals?
Recall, this remote only works at a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless.
Yes, that's true.
Now think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, La Mirar was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent.
Well, looking at this, it seems that Lemira still could have done the deed.
No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the great guitar serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Mirar stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lemirar's position in the air vent. Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that? Your Honor.
Yes, Detective?
Could we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time. Shit, I know what he's going for.
Well, I don't see why not.
What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. God damn it, I was hoping we can end the case already. Yeah, it ignited literally right there. While they were already raised up. I know! I want to go to bed too! Not that I would go to bed. Too bad, so sad, Punk. Punk? First you were sleeves, then kid, now Punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo.
What exactly were we supposed to see in this video?
The problem isn't in what we see, correct, Darian? Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, Punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the Wii pianist to set off that igniter? That's right. Yes. Well, in order to do that, we'd have to press a switch. Am I right? Okay. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano? We need to see Gavin freak out over his flaming guitar. Also true.
What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine.
Yeah, that's the issue. And that's a problem. Then you still don't get it. Yeah, how's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands for you is the Diva. La Mirar. But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have been a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. Apollo makes really good faces, by the way, guys.
The 3D models do not get any less awkward on repeat views, for real. Do you think they actually used the original DS models here, or do you think they made brand new models? All I know is these models look garbage. The piano plays non-stop. He couldn't have pressed that switch. Javier looks so sunburned. He looks pretty orange.
Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire.
Well... It's okay, we all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all... It just... Strange. What's strange? No, it's just something's odd about the performance there. Odd?
Mr. Justice, if Machi Tobey didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is.
But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here are some facts for you. Gavin's guitar's on fire. But the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes.
Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Machi Tobey the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought.
Apollo, if Machi's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch. Well, you better find a way to prove it. What do I do? What do I do? There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? Strange. Yes, thank you for repeating dialogue I already read. Thank you, game. Machi would also be in trouble for reckless endangerment, seeing as he set Clavier on fucking fire. So it's the DS models, but enhanced. Okay. To reiterate earlier stream talk, Apollo, that's wild conjecture. Now allow me to conjecture wildly. Why does that sound like a good raid message? What exactly did he hear that was odd?
Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove that Machi Tobey pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Machi pressed that switch?
I can prove it. I don't know if you can call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. And forehead, you're sure about this? Ha! Accept it. There's no evidence, man.
Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice.
I keep on turning off my voice turning off my voice for him. Also, why am I blanking? Let's see now. I mean, we can test it using this, right? The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor.
Music? What about music?
Music makes you lose control. Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch had to be pressed. Right before the guitar bursts into flame. Music makes you lose control. Control. Control.
I hear a piano being played.
But doesn't it sound kind of Wait, I'm supposed to pick up on that? What if I'm tone deaf? I'm not tone deaf or anything, but how was I supposed to pick up on that otherwise?
Simple.
I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Machi could have played that part with one hand?
One hand?
He only needed one hand to press that switch. You could have played the piano with the other. Huh? What? You're so you're some kind of piano savant? Actually, no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe. I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah, you got something? Mr. Wright, your father. He's a pianist. Goody. Oh, wait, it's Phoenix. I look on the bright side. At least they didn't ask you to pinpoint a selection. Yeah. I've been quiet because you had to jump out and grab it. No worries, Chaos. I appreciate you still lurking at the very least. Enjoy your food. What'd you eat? Oh, Daddy, he couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. So sorry. So sorry for you. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with 1 hand or 2? You can't. I admit, it'll be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with 1 hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No. No way!
Well, it seems we come to the moment of truth at last.
You mean this wasn't an elaborate Tom and Jerry skit where one of the keys were placed on a switch? Okay, that is one of my favorite shorts of all time, by the way.
Well, it seems we come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with 1 hand. Right before the guitar burst into flame.
Machi was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire, and one section of the song proves it. Chat, actual question, just so I don't accidentally ruin myself. Is it this section here I'm supposed to present, or am I supposed to highlight this? I assume it's supposed to be the top section I'm highlighting, right? You have to highlight 4 and select the right selection. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's here.
That's the section? I'm afraid I don't hear it. What's your opinion as an artist, Prosecutor Gavin?
It's a beautiful song and the lyrics are outstanding.
I'll take that to mean there isn't a problem with this section at all.
Wait, so what was the odd thing that Gavin heard? The switch was pressed in the first half of the second verse, right? I know, I just need to find a place to compare it to that. Your Honor, if you'll give me one more chance, Wait, what? What? What?
I suppose we don't have a choice. Very well.
Claim the defendant was playing with 1 hand. What? Do I have to listen to the whole damn thing?
Okay, I think I have it. Okay, I think it's actually the first part. Because you can actually hear it playing 2 different notes at the same time. And that requires 2 hands, I think. Take that! Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you realize by now just what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you realized it yourself there, Forehead.
Realized what?
I'll demonstrate. I am not good at music theory, everybody. Let's listen to this part in the question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the "but a fleeting melody" phrase. Man. How many times do we have to listen to the same thing? You tell me, game designers! If this would be easier to interpret if the lyrics were on screen too. True. You're right, enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we?
Another section?
The guitar bursts into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to the "oh, that night in your embrace." Oh my god, you actually have to know the difference there. Holy cow!
Play verse 2 again.
Yes, I know, game. Thank you. Can you stop showing this? They really wanted you to get their money's worth for these 3D models, didn't they? Yep, it's a video in high def, crazy. How you doing, by the way? Oh man, my finger slipped. How did that happen?
They feel the same, true, but they are clearly very different.
What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use 2 hands to play for that for sure. What's that prove? I would think you know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with the amateurs, man. Just believe me, if I was an amateur, you would not have gotten away with it. You would have absolutely gotten away with this. So the 2 verses had 2 different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. Oh. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourself why Machi changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch! Floppy dick! Order! Imagine doing this on the DS speakers. Pain.
I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin.
Yes, quite. Though personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What? No comeback? I can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up.
Very well, barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on the matter.
Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over. I don't like it when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him why it's what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed in you, Forehead.
Huh? Me? Yes, don't get me wrong, your case is solid. The facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts, anyone can see it was him.
Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it.
But,
1,000 facts may point toward the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system.
I don't believe it.
It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. So let us kill the child.
Oh, I think he did. We already would have seen it a long ways back.
It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation.
What? The truth is staring at us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Apollo, remember what Daddy said? It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. So what do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Ugh. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darien Crescent's igniter and set it off. Wait. I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I gotta find a weak spot in this guy, something fatal. So, can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a ton of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this dead weight attorney.
Well, Mr. Justice, we've come to this far without the decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go.
Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes, good guitars are kept dry is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good. We are not committing arson here? Okay, but what if we set him on fire, though? Go for it, Apollo! What? And this igniter is supposed to burn me up. That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry, and I tend to hear this one through to the very end. Forehead, you are accusing this man, Darien Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Lettuce and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. That is your last chance to prove your case.
This trial has already run on far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Do not let down America. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor. Man, when did I turn into Sam Eagle?
Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darien Crest.
Okay, this is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darien Crescent's plan is... Oh, do I call a witness or not? Do I call a witness or do I not call a witness? We call the victim to the stand. Let's do it. Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. Huh? So what is?
It is true I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I need to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Darien Crescent's guilt?
Where's Maya Fey to summon the spirit of the dead guy, right?
It is the American way. Oh, it's the Japanese way.
The one person who can prove Darien Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Machi Tobey.
Your client again?
Machi Tobey was an accomplice in a cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darien Crescent could not have gone to Cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case.
How so?
It will require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Letus was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Borginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would no doubt also find inside the burnt out guitar.
Aha! Very scientific of you.
Thus, if Machi Tobey acknowledges his agreement with Darien Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Borginian cocoon, the case is solved. Darien's laughing again. Your unraveled passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling.
What's this all about?
Taking a cocoon out of the country means death by Borginian law. Yeah, see? If your pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. How? Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Borginia. And they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Borginian cocoon.
Yeah, but...
But if Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now. What? But you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it, but who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Machi Tobey. The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan? Machi Tobey knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace. A hidden mansion? Real nice. You want a house made out of cookies or no? A house made out of pianos? Come on. Please! Oh! Am I allowed to show this on stream? That was a hell of a dick wave. Darien, consider that my last session with you.
We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession. Uh-oh, he's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though.
Well, have you been listening to today's trial?
Like, yes?
And you'll talk? You tell Discord everything?
I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew from the beginning I knew. Machi, situation I cannot explain, but money I needed. What do you mean? You're the pianist for a fit, famous person. What do you mean you needed money? Very much money. Why did you need money?
Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. That is the golden rule, however.
It has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard.
Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice.
Oh, please. Is it that easy to change out the justice system for an entire country? I don't think so. It'd be nice, though.
Anyway, Mr. Machi Tobe,
He needed to go plate his yacht? Uh-huh.
yes? I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict.
Oh my god, he's cute. Why are you so fucking cute? You had to pay off a gambling debt? I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth.
That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Machi Tobe.
I'll be real. I don't feel sympathetic for Machi at all. Like, I felt more sympathy for Waki, and he's a freaking gangster.
Court is adjourned.
July 10th, 4:42 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. I wonder what will happen to Machi. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia. I guess there will be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Daddy! I owe you both my thanks. La Miroir. My, is something wrong? I'm sorry, Machi was your partner on stage. Your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Aww. Is it because we don't go into detail why he got into smuggling? Yeah, basically. Like, what was the motive? Even now, I do. Yet, something got a hold of him. Something evil. I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. It is that not how it should be? Can I say I also feel really bad for the freaking Chief Justice's son? Man! I hope the Chief Justice's son will be okay. I know he's inflicted with incuritis, but man, shit sucks for him right now. I'm still sorry. No, do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I am considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? Is that easy to cure blindness? I don't know. It's funny, I've always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, La Miroir lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared. You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting. Painting? That's right! She's a landscape painter in sound, after all. I can see!
I can fight!
I will paint the two of you, I promise. Yo, is there any paintings of these two? I would love to see that. Woohoo! I can't wait, Lemure. I almost read Lanipidor. Oh my god. I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Right, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we will meet again someday. You bet, me too. And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now, but there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch a killer at the end. Turnabout Serenade awarded! Alright, well... that's case 3, everybody. Only one case left to go. I will say this. I'm not used to the fact that this game only has 4 cases. It feels like there should be like more, unless the last case is like some uber long case. But I guess we'll see. As long as she doesn't go to the eye laser place from Final Destination 5. Oh my god. Was there not a bonus one for this one? No, that was only Ace Attorney 1, I think. And yeah. The first one, no, they only did a bonus one for the first game. I forget how many cases there were in Trials and Tribulations, but I'm pretty sure there were only 4 cases in Justice for All, right? Ace Attorney 1, 5, and 6 all have bonus cases. Ace Attorney 2, 3, and 4 do not. Okay. Justice for All had 4. Oh, Trials and Tribulations had 5! I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm just so used to the games having like more than 4 cases because like the majority of the games do have more than 4 cases. Only Justice for All and 4 have 4 cases. Unless you want to count the original Ace Attorney one, but eh. Case 4 is one of your favorites. Okay, interesting. Can't wait to check it out for myself then next time then. Everyone, thank y'all for coming out tonight for the end of Case 3. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I hope I was satisfactorily entertaining for all y'all. Let me give you guys a heads up for the schedule for this week though. On Friday, we're going to be hitting up Paper Mario 1000 Year Door HD. And Apollo Justice will be returning on Sunday. And I'm going to be doing Clock Tower over at Mayo's on Thursday. If there's any changes to the schedule, though, y'all can follow me on Twitter at NoLimit42, where I post stream updates and general shenanigans. Alternatively, y'all can hit up the Discord server, where we talk about anything and everything. We're a very friendly bunch there, and we're always welcome to any new faces. We also do movie nights in there every Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're currently doing some movie marathon cleanup at the moment, and on Monday we're going to be watching 2 Pixar movies. We're going to be watching Lightyear and
Elemental. If you guys want to check out those movies, consider hitting up the Discord server where we host it. You're going to miss Sunday? I'm sorry to hear that, Chaos, but no worries. Feel free to drop by whenever you're able. Don't force yourself to... Don't worry about showing up or not. I just appreciate whenever you guys do show up. All right. I also have a Throat account. Again, y'all never have to buy me anything, but, you know, if you guys want to help fix some weird stream stuff, there's stream equipment on there. I don't freaking know. But yeah, that's about it for now. Let's find a raid target. If you guys have any raid messages in mind, let me know. Every man has a Quasso! Music Theory also burned your guitar. Oh. You know what? We'll do both. Okay, we're gonna go with this. If you guys have the emote, please raid with it. If you don't, it's all good. And as for who we're rating, we're gonna be rating Dear Live Gamer, who's currently playing that 1,000-year door HD. How about y'all go give her all the love? She does a lot of fun emotes for me, and she is a very nice artist. And she loves them Paper Marios. She does draw a lot of Paper Mario art, honestly. But yeah. Until next time, everyone. Please stay safe, take care of yourselves, and remember, love always. Have a good night.